The Book of Heaven. Volume 34. Jesus my King of Love and Mom my Divine Queen. Oh! Weave my will into yours to make only one. Lock me in your heart so that I do not write anything apart from you, but everything in the heart of my Jesus and in the womb of my Heavenly Mother so that I can say, it is Jesus who writes and it is my Mother who dictates the words to me. Help me and give me the grace to overcome the great repugnance I feel by starting another volume, you who know my poor state. I feel the need to be supported, strengthened, and renewed by the power of your divine Fiat in order to be able to do in all things and always your divine will. I felt immersed in the divine will that took on the appearance of an actor, so that I can enter the most intimate parts of my soul and work within me. I was surprised. My sweet Jesus, visiting my little soul, all goodness, said to me, my blessed daughter, when the creature acts and lives in the divine will, our Supreme Being continually dares her with her light. He dares his spirit to put in it the nobility of divine thoughts so that the creature feels, in his intelligence, memory, and will, holiness, the remembrance of his Creator, love, the will of the one who, acting as an actor, forms in it the divine order and divine wisdom. He dares with his kisses of light the divine substance of his spirit, so that in it everything is noble, everything is holy, everything is sacred. This actor of my will forms its seat in the intelligence created, with its power and mastery, forms there his image. He dares his heart to form the nobility, love, desires, affections, heartbeats. He dares the mouth to form the nobility of words. He dares works and steps and forms the holiness of works, the nobility of steps. It does not just dare the soul, but also the body. With his light he invests the blood and ennobles it, so that the creature feels flowing in his blood and in his limbs the fullness, the holiness, the substance of the divine nobility. This actor of my divine will plays the role of an unsurpassable artisan to transform God as a creature and the creature in God. When my will has arrived at the greatest act it can accomplish, form with God and the creature a unique life, making them inseparable from each other. My will then rests from his work. He feels great joy because she has conquered the creature. She formed in herself her work and fulfilled her will. My divine will then seems to say in its enthusiasm for love, I accomplished everything in the creature. All I have to do is own and love it. Hearing that, I was worried. Then my kind Jesus added, my daughter, why doubt? Doesn't the sun also fulfill its function when he dares the flower of his light, thus giving it the substance of color and fragrance? When he dares the fruit to infuse it with sweetness and taste? When he dares the plants, by communicating to each one the substance and the effects it needs? If the sun can do all this, my divine will can and knows how to do all things even better. The sun seeks the seed to give him what he possesses. Thus my divine will seeks the dispositions of creatures who want to live from my will, to arrest them immediately and to communicate to them the divine substance and nobility in order to form and grow one's life. I was doing my round in the acts of the divine will, arriving at the act of the creation of the Immaculate Virgin by the omnipotent Fiat. I stopped. Oh! What a surprise of incredible wonders! The enchantment of heaven, sun, and all creation cannot be compared to it, and oh! how much they remain inferior to the Sovereign Queen. And my sweet Jesus, seeing me so surprised, said to me, my blessed daughter, you must know that there is no beauty, value, or wonders that can be compared to the Immaculate Conception of this celestial creature. My omnipotent Fiat has made it a new creation, oh so much more beautiful, more prodigious than the first. My divine will has no beginning or end. The greatest prodigy was that this creature may be reborn, not once, but let it grow at every moment, with every act and with every prayer. In this growth my will multiplied its wonders to infinity. We have created the universe admirably. We maintain it under the influence of our creative and conservative act, without adding anything to it. But in this Virgin we maintain the act of creation, conservation and growth. He is the prodigy of prodigies. The life of our will was reborn in her. His growth continued in every act. Our Fiat, in order to be reborn in it, pronounced himself in the act of his conception. And the sumptuousness, the sublimity, the height, the immensity, and the power of our act were so great, that she took everyone in the net of her love, without rejecting anyone. Everyone can take the property that our Fiat has, except those who might not want to. Our divinity, seeing our will reborn in this holy creature, shared his divine rights, so that she was mistress of our love, of our power, of our wisdom and of our goodness, and queen of our Fiat. She delighted us by the continual act of our will. She loved us so much that she came to love us all. It covered all creatures. She hid them in her love and she made us feel the echo of the love of each and every one. Oh! How we feel bound and imprisoned by the love of this most holy Virgin! Especially since she loved us, adored us, prayed to us and acted with the continual act of growth of our Fiat that she owned. She had her Creator in herself. When she loved us like this, we felt absorbed in her without being able to resist her because her power was so great, that it dominated us and enclosed in itself our most holy Trinity. We loved her so much that we let her do what she wanted. Who would have had the heart to deny him anything? We were happy to satisfy her. Because a soul that loves us is our happiness. Because we felt the echo and joy of his happiness. The creature who possesses the life of our will is everything to us. It is the great prodigy of the one who possesses the life of our will to participate in the divine right. The creature then feels that his love never ends. This love is so great that she can love for all and give love to all because her continual act of growth never tells her holiness that this is enough. Especially since the sovereign queen who possesses the life of our will can always give us, always talk to us, always keep us busy. We always have to give her and communicate our love secrets to her, so we never do anything without her. It is in her first that we make them feel, and then we place them in her maternal heart. It is from this heart that they descend into the happy creature who must receive this good. So that there is no grace descending upon the earth. There is no holiness that is formed and no sinner who converts. There is no love that descends from our throne that has not first been deposited in her mother's heart, which forms the maturation of this good, the fruitfulness of her love. She enriches him with her graces. If necessary, with the virtue of her sufferings, she deposits it in the creature that is to receive it. So much so that the one who receives it feels the divine fatherhood and the motherhood of her heavenly mother. We can do it without it, but we don't want to. Who would have the heart to put it aside? Our love, our infinite wisdom, our Fiat itself impose it on us, and do not let us do anything that does not first descend through it. You therefore see how far our love goes for the one who lives on the divine will, to the point of not wanting to do anything without it. It is the harmony of our infinite wisdom that always revolves around us as the creation of the universe turns. By turning, they fertilize the earth and maintain the natural life of all creatures. Thus, this new creation of the conception of the Immaculate Lady always revolves around God and God always revolves around her. They maintain the fruitfulness of the good. They form the holiness of souls and the call of creatures to God. My poor spirit is always carried into the sea of the divine will, which makes it present and as in action all that it has done out of love for creatures. She waits long for the creatures to recognize what she has done, how much she has loved them, and to be able to tell them in their actions, we do them together, we no longer work alone. So what I did, you do too. We can say that we loved each other with equal love. How beautiful it is to be able to say to each other, you loved me and I loved you. It is the compensation of the greatest works and the most painful sacrifices. My mind turned in creation, in the act where the omnipotent Fiat pronounced himself, created and stretched out the azure sky, and my eternal love, my sweet Jesus, rejoiced to have me with him in this act to keep him company and, keeping me, he said to me, my good daughter, to love and not to make oneself known is contrary to the nature of true love. Because true love wants to spread, run, and fly in search of the one it loves. And after finding her, if he locks her up and hides her in his love to transform her into his own flames, he wants to find in her his same love, his same works accomplished out of love by the one he loves. The creature can never do what we do for it, so our love calls the creature, hides it in his own love, and makes it act with our creative and conservative act. So that the creature can actually say, I loved you. What you did for me, I also did for you. And we really feel loved in return with our same love and our same works. You must know that when the creature rises itself with its will in ours, in the things we have created, our Supreme Being renews in her the creative act. Oh! How many wonders of grace, holiness, sons in his soul we accomplish! Our act delights in repeating itself. When the creature turns into the created things, our love wants to make itself known, it wants to make it touch with the hand how much we love it. He repeats in her our creative act, which is never subject to interruption. So that she feels all the strength of our love, the power of our works. Seized with stupor, she loves us with the creative force we have infused into her. And, oh! What a satisfaction to see ourselves known and loved by the one we love so much. If we have created so many things, it is because we are waiting for the creature to let him know how much we love him and to give him in everything created the potentiality of our love in order to make us love. Love, when it is not known, is unhappy. When he is not returned by the one he loves, he feels hindered in his action. His life is lost and his most beautiful works fall into oblivion. But when love is known and loved, his life multiplies our creative act in the creature in order to be loved as we love him. His action is free, he can fly to the beloved creature, squeeze her on her breast to love her and make us love her. And our love feels the happiness of the love it brings us. Therefore, there is no greater honor that the creature can give us back than to come in our divine will. When we see it coming, we put at his disposal all the creation that belongs to him, because it is for her that everything has been done. And by turning into each thing created, she finds our creative power that invests her and communicates to her our love that is in each thing created. And she can love us with our rising creative force. She can love us as she wants and as much as she wants. This is how the love of the Creator and the creature exchange a kiss. One rests in the other. They both feel the satisfaction of love in truth. Oh! How beautiful is the company of the one who loves us! Our satisfaction is so great that our love rises and invents even more beautiful works. Industries of love to love and make us love. I am in the arms of the divine Fiat, which attracts so much that my little nothing is lost in the whole. Although lost, he feels that his life is supported, nourished, and revived by the whole. If I wanted to get out of it, it would be impossible, because I wouldn't even find a hole to take refuge in without finding my hole. And my little nothing would have more life. I felt that the divine will was blowing on my nothingness. He made me feel his life, his love, and his power. But as my mind swam in the whole and in its endless light, my beloved Jesus visited my little soul. All goodness, he said to me. My little daughter of my will. How surprising, wonderful and sublime it is to work in my divine will. When the creature performs its act in him, this act is rid of what it has of human end. It acquires the union of the unity of the divine act. The creature then occupies its royal position. His act is in the unity of our single act. If she loves in our unity. If she adores us, if she blesses us, if she understands us, it is inside our unit. She does not see, do, or feel anything outside of us. Everything happens inside our divine being. She can say, I know, I love, and I want nothing but the divine will, and let his unity keep me enclosed in him. The greatest happiness, the most sublime grace for the creature, the glory, the greatest honor for us is to possess the human will and its act in our unity. Do you know why? Because we can then give love whenever we want, and we can make ourselves loved whenever we want. We can enrich it with grace, holiness, and beauty. We can feel delighted by the goods and beauty we have infused into it. We can love this creature, entrust the all to nothing, since it contains what is ours. She will feel the power and love that will make her able to defend the whole. We feel safe in this nothing because we have granted him our weapons to put us in safety and defend ourselves. But that's not all. All that the creature can do. Natural actions. The most indifferent acts. The words, the works, the steps. All these acts possess our unity and are united with ours. Our unity is the symbol of the sun which with the effects of its light forms the beauty, the blooms, the enchantment of all creation. Similarly, coated with the light of my Fiat, it has the effects. Because the act and the will are one. Then the effects are countless and they can form the rarest beauties and the most seductive enchantment. For the one who created it and possesses it in his unity. My daughter, our Supreme Being has a single act. This means that all of creation and each creature are only the effect of the unity of our act. Thus, by unifying, the human will becomes our continuous effect. Do you know what this effect means? Give to the creature permanently and always receive from it. I remained stunned and fixed in the divine will. I understood so much about this union in divine unity. It enclosed all of creation. All creatures were enclosed in this unity, sustained and united in this unity that sustains and gives life to all things. And I looked at the sky with all its lights and beauty, which possessed all the variety of colors in the azure vault. And these lights so numerous made however a unity, which penetrated the heavens and which descended into the depths to give everyone light without ever stopping. My sweet Jesus added, my daughter, these lights are the wonders of the deeds performed in my divine will. How beautiful they are! They bear the imprint of their Creator. My poor and small will feels the extreme need of the divine will. Without him, I am in fasting, without strength, without warmth and without life. I feel death in every moment because there is no one else to feed me with his life. That's why I repeat, I'm hungry. Come O Divine will give me your life and satiate me with you, otherwise I will die. I would delirium by wanting to feel in me the fullness of the divine will. Then my sweet Jesus repeated in me his brief visit. All goodness, he said to me. My blessed daughter, your delirium, your hunger, your extreme need to want to feel the life of my will at every moment are so many wounds for my heart, violent tears in love that make me run, fly towards you to grow the life of my will in you. You must know that as soon as the creature wants to do my will, to live and emit her actions in her, she calls her Creator. This one is called by the power of his own will in the creature. He cannot resist her and he responds without delay. In addition, we never allow ourselves to be surpassed in love. We are taking the lead. As soon as we see that she is going to call us, we do not give her time, it is we who call her. And it runs into our divine being as well as into its own center. It throws itself into our arms and we squeeze it so tightly to the point of transforming it into ourselves. A perfect agreement then settles between Creator and creature. Our love spirit is such that we love him doubly and with a new love. But this is not enough for us. The love that our being communicates to her is so abundant that she can love us, also with a new and redoubled love. If you knew what it means to be loved by God with a new and redoubled love, and to be able to love him in the same way. These wonders and wonders exist only in our divine will. God loves himself in the creature, all being his. So it's no wonder that he constantly emits his new love. That he doubles him, increases him tenfold as much as he wants. And that he at the same time grant grace to the creature to love him with his own love. If this were not the case, there would be too great a disparity between one and the other. The poor creature would find himself too humble, annihilated, deprived of momentum and love for his Creator. And when two beings cannot love each other with the same love, this inequality produces sadness, while our will is unity and it freely gives its love to the creature so that it can love. She gives her her holiness to make her holy, her wisdom to make herself known. There is nothing that my will possesses and that she would not give him. Even more, that by living in our Fiat, by putting aside his will to give life to ours in his actions, the creature has formed in it the little life of our will that asks to grow. Just one more act in my will so that it may grow. A sigh to satisfy hunger of a whole desire for my will rushes into all its being and forms sufficient food for the creature to feel satisfied with all that belongs to its creator. If she is attentive, my will do whatever it takes to form his life in the creature. I was doing my round in the acts of the divine will. I sought to clothe the sky, the sun, and all creation with my love. I arrived in the acts of redemption. My sweet Jesus enclosed his deeds in me and repeated the most moving scenes to return my little love. I was surprised, and my beloved Jesus, all tenderness and love, said to me, "My good daughter, daughter of my will, you must know that my love is so great that to free myself from it I want to repeat my works. But in whom can I do it? In whom can I find the place where I enclose them to feel loved? In the one who lives in my will. When the creature makes its tour in my works in order to know them, to love them and to call them, she reproduces them in her. It thus forms the theatre of our works, and how many moving scenes! This is the sky that is spreading, the sun that rises in all its majesty, the sea that whispers and forms its waves as if to flood its creator with love. Now the creature forms the most beautiful fields of flowers by making them tell us its little refrain. I love you, I glorify you, I adore you, and let your Fiat come to rule the earth. There is not a being that the creature does not call within itself to repeat his little refrain, I love you, I love you. My daughter, our love is not satisfied if it can't give everything and repeat our works in the one who lives in our will. But that's not all. You feel it. Turning into the works of creation, she repeats my works. This is my great pleasure and delight, to witness the very splendid scenes of creation in the creature. When she turns into the acts of redemption to make them her own, I repeat my life. I repeat my conception, my birth, during which the angels repeat glory to heaven and peace on earth to men of good will. If human ingratitude compels me to cry, I cry in it, because I know that my tears will be paid back and adorned with his I love you. That is why I repeat my life, my steps, my lessons. When they renew to me the blows, the sufferings, the crucifixion and death, I never suffer outside of this creature. But I go into her to endure my sufferings, the cross and death. Because she won't leave me alone. Because it will take part in my sufferings and will remain crucified with me, and will give me his life in exchange for my death. Thus in the one who lives in my will I find the theatre of my life, the moving scenes of my childhood and my passion. I find the heavens that speak to me, the suns that love me, the winds that groan with love for me. In short, all the things created gathered to tell me a little word, an I love you, a testimony of gratitude. But who makes them talk? Who takes the voice of all things? The one who lives in my will. My will transforms it to the point that there is no love that she does not give, nor any work that my will cannot repeat in it. These creatures can therefore say to themselves, the lives of my will end, the repeaters of the works of their Creator. I suffer the deprivation of my sweet Jesus and I feel overwhelmed as if my life wants to stop. But the divine will triumphs over my little being by rising in my soul. He calls me to live my day in his will. I feel like that when I feel myself dying without dying, he forms his victory and triumph. That his life arises more beautiful above my dying will, full of majesty and a redoubled love. Oh, divine will, how much you love me! You make me feel death in order to better centralize your life in me. After which I continued my day in his divine deeds. Arrival at the incarnation of the Word. Love was so great that I felt burned and consumed in its divine flames. Jesus, my greatest good, drowned in his flames of love, said to me, "My blessed daughter, as I incarnated in the womb of my heavenly mother, my love was so great that heaven and earth could not contain it. The act of my incarnation occurred in a single act of love so intense, so strong, and so great, that it was more than enough to burn all things with love. Tu dois savoir tu avant de m'incarner, monde celeste per regarda en lui-même. Incapable de contenir l'enthousiasme de son amour. Il diversa des mers et des torrents d'amour. Dans cet enthousiasme d'amour, il regarda son fils. Je me retrouvé dans ces mêmes flammes d'amour. Et je me commandé à moi-même de pouvoir m'incarner. That is what I wanted. In a surge of love, without leaving my Father or the Holy Spirit, the great prodigy of the Incarnation occurred. I stayed with my Father while at the same time descending into my mother's womb. The three divine persons were inseparable, and therefore I could say, I stayed in heaven and went down to earth. The Father and the Holy Spirit descended with me to earth and they remained in heaven. There was in this great act of our divine being such an overflow of love that heaven remained stunned and the angels surprised and dumb, all wounded in our flames of love. The Incarnation was nothing but an act of our divine will. Is there one thing our will cannot do? By her power and her infinite love, she even manages to operate this incredible prodigy, still unknown. To make us dwell in heaven and to go down to the prison of the womb. This is what our will wanted, and this is what he was. My daughter. Whenever the soul wants to do our will, Heavenly Father, look first into himself. Calls in counsel the sacrosanct Trinity. In order to fulfill this act of our will with all possible and imaginable goods, he then brings her out of himself, and he makes the creature invest by this active, communicating and transforming will. And just as in the Incarnation, the three divine persons remained in heaven and have descended into the womb of the Immaculate Virgin, my will, by her power, carries with her in her cooperative act the Divine Trinity in the creature, and leaves her in heaven. It then forms in the human will its divine act. Who will be able to say the wonders enclosed in this act of our will? Our love rises and spreads to the point of not finding a place to put itself. When he has filled everything, he withdraws into our source. And our holiness feels honored by the divine act of our will at work in the creature. It spreads in surprising graces, in order to communicate his holiness to all creatures. These are unimaginable wonders that my will accomplishes when the creature calls him to work in it. Therefore, make everything disappear in my will. We will put everything in your power. And you will be able to give us everything, even ourselves. After which I felt my little intelligence so filled with the divine will that it could not contain it. I continued my round in his divine acts. I came to the act where the Immaculate Queen was conceived. I understood how the Supreme Being, before calling her to life, poured into her so much love that she ressentait le besoin d'aimer son créateur et avait en elle-même cet amour qu'elle exprimait. J'étais surprise et monde bien mais Jesus ajuda. Ma fille, ne sois pas surprise. Lorsque nous donnons le jour à un creature. En la créant, nous lui accordons toujours un dose d'amour. In this way we give him his share of our divine substance. According to the designs we form on it, we increase the dose of our love. Although each creature possesses within itself a particle of the substance of divine love. Otherwise, how could she love us if we had not given what comes from us to make us love? That would be asking someone what they don't have. We already know that the creature has nothing by itself. Therefore, we must enclose as in a sanctuary our love and our will. To ask him to love us and to make our will. And if we ask, it is because we know that it has in its power our love and our will, which we ourselves have placed in the depths of his soul. If the creature loves us, this dose of our love arises, is magnified. And the creature feels the need to love us more powerfully and to live by the will of his Creator. If she does not love us, that love does not grow. And human weaknesses, passions, form the ash of our love, to the point that the creature no longer feels the need to love us. The ash covered and suffocated our divine fire. Although fire exists, she does not feel it. While every time the creature loves us, it does nothing but blow to chase away the ash in order to feel the fire burning within it. This fire will become so great that she will no longer be able to live without loving us. My daughter. From the first moment of her conception, the Immaculate Queen felt in her the love of her Creator and our active will, more than her own life. She loved us so much that she didn't waste a single moment without loving us. She thus magnified this dose of love to the point to be able to love us for all creatures, to give love to all, and to love each of them always and without ever stopping. You must know that our love is so great that by placing this dose of love in the creature we put in it a seed of happiness. For true happiness must occupy its royal position in the soul. Happiness that does not reside in the soul cannot be called true happiness. It is an impetuous wind that fills the poor creature with bitterness, soon disperses leaving traces converted into thorns that make it bitter. This is not the case for the happiness we place inside the soul. It is durable and always growing. He congratulates himself and he congratulates us. The creature that does not love can never be happy. The one who doesn't like it can never have any purpose or interest in completing a work, nor feel the heroism of doing good to someone. The sacrifice that gives love the most wonderful hues does not exist for her. This is why the Blessed Virgin possessed the sea of happiness, because she had as many lives of love as there were existing creatures. Moreover, by never doing her will and always mine, she formed so many lives of my will in her. It can give every creature a life of love and a life of divine will. It is therefore right that she be Queen of Love and Queen of the Supreme Will. That is why the Sovereign Queen loves and longs to bring out these lives, to deposit them in creatures and to form the kingdom of pure love and the kingdom of our will. It will thus reach the maximum point of love for his Creator, and the maximum point of love and benefits for creatures. I am always in the sea of the divine will where I find strength, peace, and love. For the divinity sees my smallness and that I am not good at anything. She loves me so much, and she puts her will to work in my smallness. She arms the light around me with her holiness, wisdom, goodness, and strength, so that his will may find in me its divine qualities, so that he may do in me his act. It is she who comes to give grace to the creature to make her work in her. After which I followed the deeds of the divine will, who carried me in his arms, supported me, who instilled himself in me to make me receive the participation of his actions. I arrived in the act of the conception of the Virgin and found myself in the little heart of the Virgin conceived. My God, I don't know what to say anymore, I don't know how to continue. My sweet Jesus, making me understand, said to me, "Blessed daughter of my will, you are right. You are flooded by the waves of my will. You drown and your little ability remains lost and needs your Jesus. In order to better explain what you see, but you don't know how to say it. No, my daughter. That our love is so great for those who want to live and live in our divine will, that we make them participants in all our works to the extent that this is possible for a creature, and in we give him the merit of our divine works. When the creature enters our will, it puts its divine work into action as if it were acting at this very moment. By uniting the creature to his act, she makes him see the wonders of his work. It confirms the creature in the good and makes him feel the new life of his act. You have seen the conception of the Sovereign Queen. By being in my will you saw yourself conceived in her womb. You see how different are the incredible wonders of the Immaculate Conception for the one who lives in my will that animated this conception, to which all are subject. She called all creatures to be present so that they could remain conceived in her virginal womb and receive his maternity, his help, his defense, and find the refuge and support of this heavenly mother. The one who lives in our will is found in the act that conceives. She is the girl whose will spontaneously seeks her mother, and she takes place, enclosed in the womb, so that the heavenly queen may be her mother. This creature will have a share. The wealth of the sovereign queen. On its merits. To his love. She will feel in her the nobility and holiness of this queen because she knows to whom they belong. And God will make her a participant in the infinite goods and exuberant love present in the conception of this holy creature. Thus, when the creature research our works and calls them in our will to know and love them, we put our will at the center of his actions. And we make him feel all our love, the power of our creative force, and the smallness of the creature undergoes them and fills up as much as its capacity can contain. My daughter, it would be impossible for us not to involve in our works the one who lives in our will. Nor would it be our true love, because we possess by nature the communicative force and we want to communicate our divine goods to all. It is the creatures that reject them. But for the one who lives in our will, we manifest ourselves by communicating our goods, because there is no opposition on her part. If we did not, we would prevent our divine being from acting. Since it is our great happiness to love, to give in abundance to our beloved creatures. You now understand the great difference between the one who lives in our will and the others? The other creatures are found in our works, in the conception of the Blessed Virgin, in the incarnation of the Word, in my sufferings, in my death, and even in my resurrection. But they are there by virtue of our power and our immensity. I would say almost out of necessity and not out of love, nor because they know our possessions or because they like to make their stay in them to find their joy. In fact, it is because no one can escape from our divine being. While the creature who lives in our will seeks our works, knows them, loves them and appreciates them. She comes to take her place in them, and she loves and works with us. That is why she is a participant, and acquires new knowledge and love. While others do not know our works, do not love us and do not have a word to say to us. One could say that they clutter our immensity, and many are those who offend us. It is therefore our ardent desire for the soul to live in our will. We always have something to do with her and give her. It is always held with us, one act calls for another and we know each other well. Our will makes it known and loved to us and thus forms the eternal union of the creature in our will. My poor mind continued to turn in the acts of the divine will. I thought to myself, what is the difference between the one who calls the divine will in his deeds and the one who does good works without having called her? Monday du Jesus me fit sa petite visite etil me dit. Ma fille, ilny a pas de comparaison possible entre l'un et l'autre. La première. En appelant ma volonté dans ses actes, se débarrasse de ce qui est humain. Et forme l'évité dans son vouloir humain pour faire de la place au mien. Monday vouloir. Embellit, sanctify. Forme sa lumière dans ce vide avant de pron one sur son Fiat Creator. He calls to life his divine work in this human work. And the creature not only participates in this act. She becomes the owner of the divine act. Who possesses the power, immensity, holiness, and divine value that are inexhaustible. That is why in the one who lives in our will, we find ourselves with our deeds that honor and crown us. On the other hand, in those who do good works without being animated by our will, it is not ourselves that we find, but the finished act of the creature. We find nothing of ourselves in what they do. So we give them merit as payment. But this payment is not the property they can always produce. That is why these creatures symbolize those who live from day to day, and difficult with the payment they receive. But they never get rich. They still feel the need to be paid for their works in order to be able to live. And if they do not work, they run the risk of starvation, that is, not to have the satisfaction of the good, the life of virtues, but the sordid misery of passions. On the contrary, for the one who lives in our will, everything is abundance. We say to him ourselves, take what you want and as much as you can take. we put at your disposal our riches, our light, our holiness and love. Because what is ours and yours and what is yours is ours. All we have to do is live and work together. After which I accompanied Jesus' ascension to heaven. He was so beautiful, all majesty, surrounded by the brightest light that delighted and captivated hearts. My sweet Jesus, all goodness and love, said to me, my blessed daughter, there is nothing in my life that does not symbolize the kingdom of my divine will. On this day of my ascension, I felt victorious and triumphant. My suffering was over. I left them among my children on earth to help and support them, as a refuge where hide in their own suffering and to be inspired by my heroism in their sacrifices. I can say that I have left my sufferings, my examples, and my life itself as a seed that grows to form the kingdom of my divine will. So I left and stayed at the same time. I remained by virtue of my suffering. I stayed in their hearts to be loved. After my most holy humanity ascended to heaven, I felt more pressed by the bond of the human family. And how I would not have been adapted to receive the love of my children and brothers whom I left on earth. I stayed in the most blessed sacrament in order to always be able to give myself to them and ils pousse sent me recevoir continuellement. Pour trouver le repos, le soulagement et le remède à tous leurs besoins. Nos sauvera ne souffrent pas la mutabilité. Ce que nous faisons une fois, nous le faisons toujours. J'avais aussi enseigné demandé ascension un double couronne. La couronne de mes enfants que j'amenais avec moi dans la céleste patrie, et la couronne de mes enfants que j'ai laissés sur la terre. They symbolized the small number that will be the beginning of the kingdom of my divine will. All those who saw me ascend to heaven received many graces to dedicate their lives to making known the kingdom of redemption and to lay the foundations of my church, in order to gather in her maternal womb all human generations. This is how the first children of the kingdom of my will be few. But the graces with which they will be invested will be so great and so numerous that they will dedicate their lives to calling all souls to live in this holy kingdom. A cloud of light hid me from the sight of my disciples who froze while looking at my person. The enchantment of my beauty was so great that their delighted eyes could no longer lower themselves to look at the earth. So much so that it took an angel to shake them and make them return to the upper room. It is also the symbol of the kingdom of my will. The light will be so great that it will invest its first children who will carry the beauty, enchantment, and peace of my divine Fiat, so that they will want to know and love such a great good. The most beautiful symbol is that of my mother present among my disciples to witness my departure to heaven. She is thus the queen of my church to help, protect, and defend her. She will be present among the children of my will. It will always be the engine, the life, the guide, the perfect model, the majesty of the kingdom of the divine Fiat so dear to its heart. Her ardent desires, her delusions of maternal love want her children to live on earth in the kingdom where she lived. She is not content to have her children in heaven in the kingdom of the divine will. She also wants them on earth. She thinks that the mission of mother and queen that God has given her has not been completed. That it will not be finished until the divine will reigns over the earth among the creatures. She wants her children to look like her and have their mom's legacy. That is why the great lady puts all her heart and love into helping the creatures she sees willing to want to live in the divine will. Therefore, in difficulties, think that she is with you, to support you, to give you strength and to take your will in his maternal hands so that he may receive the life of the supreme Fiat. My poor intelligence followed the life of my sweet Jesus in the divine will. There I found him in the act of continuing his life when he was on earth. Oh! How many wonders, how many unimaginable love surprises! So much so that the divine Fiat contains all the acts of the life of Jesus as in the act of repeating them always out of love for creatures. In order to give each one her whole life, her sufferings, her ardent love. My sweet Jesus, all goodness, said to me, my little daughter of my will, my love wants to pour out. He feels the need to let those who want to live in my will know what I have done and what I am doing. That my will may return to reign and dominate among creatures. You must know that my whole life was nothing but the continual call of my will in the midst of creatures, and the reminder of the creatures in my supreme Fiat. So that designed. My Fiat symbolized the recall, the return of its design in the creatures, that supreme Fiat that with such great enormity the creatures had come out of their souls. He reminded creatures to be conceived in him. Thus conceived, the supreme Fiat revived my will. In all human works. In all my children's tears, my moans, my prayers, and my sighs. He recalled. With my tears and sighs. My will in the tears, sufferings, and sighs of creatures. This is so that there is nothing in which the creatures cannot feel the strength and empire of my will that could reign in them. This will, taking pity on my tears and that of the creatures, would give them the grace of returning to his kingdom. My exile also symbolized how creatures were exiled from my to want. I wanted to be exiled to recall my will among the poor exiles in order to be able to recall them, and convert exile into a homeland where they would no longer be tyrannized by enemies, a foreign people, vile passions. But where they would have the fullness of the goods of my will. My return to Nazareth symbolizes my divine will. I lived there hidden. His reign was in full action in the sacred family. He was the Word, the divine will in person, veiled by my humanity. That same will that reigned in me. Spread to all creatures. Kissed them. Was the movement and life of each of them. I felt in me the movement and life of each creature. Of which my Fiat was the actor who suffers. Whose suffering is not recognized. Who does not receive a thank you, an I love you, an act of gratitude, neither from the whole world nor from Nazareth itself. Where not only my will, but also my holy humanity lived in the midst of creatures. My humanity that has never ceased to give light to those who would be able to see me and draw near to me. But in my suffering, I always remained the God hidden. This is the fate of my divine will. Man was created with the creative force of Fiat. It was born and needed, imbued with Fiat. Who administers in him the movement, the heat, the life. The man will end his life in the Fiat. And yet, qui le sait? Qui est reconnaissant de cet acte divin continuel qui sens jamais se lasser et with so much love penetrates the life of the creature to give it its life? Almost no one, my daughter. Do good. Be the primary cause of conservation and give eternal life to the creature. Maintain the order of all things created around her and only for her. And not be recognized. This is the suffering of suffering. And the patience of my will is incredible. But do you know the reason for this constant and unwavering patience? This is because my will knows that his kingdom will come. That his thrilling life will be recognized among creatures. It is for the great glory that she will receive by being recognized. That my will is the life of every life and that because it is life, it will receive each of these lives to reign in them. It will no longer be hidden, but revealed and recognized. That's why my will endures so many refusals to be recognized and that only a divine patience could endure so many centuries of human ingratitude. From Nazareth I passed into the wilderness and into great solitude. Most of the time with the roar of the ferocious animals around me, symbol of my divine will. That is not known, form. The desert around the creature and a loneliness that breeds horror and fear. The good becomes deserted. And the soul is surrounded by ferocious animals that are its brutal passions making roars of anger, beastly fury, cruelty, all kinds of evils. My holy humanity traced step by step the sufferings that my divine will had endured, in order to restore and recall it to reign in the midst of creatures. I can say that each of my heartbeats, every breath, every word and every suffering, was the continual reminder of my will to make oneself known by creatures and reign in them. To make them know the great good, the holiness, the happiness of living in the Fiat. From the desert I passed to public life, where few believed in me that I was the Messiah. I wanted to use my power, sowing miracles, to train my people. That if he did not believe my words, he may believe by the power of my miracles. Such were my divine and loving industries. Porque, a en import colpri, je fas conatra que ja teis lur sover. Car sends me conatra, els ne povaient par recevoir le biet à la redemption. Il était don nécessaire de me faire conatra. Porque ma venue sur la terre ne soit pas inutile pour els. Oh! Ma public life symbolizes so much. The triumph of the kingdom of my Fiat among the creatures. With surprising truths I will make him known. To get there, I will do miracles, wonders. With the power of my will, I will recall the life to life the corpses. I will repeat the miracle of Lazarus' resurrection. Despite the fact that they have decomposed in evil, that they have become a smelly body like Lazarus, my Fiat will remind them to life. He will stop the stench of sin, he will resurrect them in the good. In short, I will use all my divine industries so that my will reigns in the midst of the people. So you see, in every word I have spoken and in every miracle I have performed, I called my will to reign among the creatures. I called them to live in my Fiat. From public life, I passed to the passion. It is a symbol of the passion of my will. For so many centuries she had suffered from all those rebellious wills of creatures who, by refusing to submit to my will, had closed heaven, broke communications with their Creator, and they had become the unfortunate slaves of the infernal enemy. My lacerated humanity was looking for death. Crucified, she represented unhappy humanity without my will before divine justice. In every suffering she called my Fiat to give the kiss of peace to the creatures in order to make them happy. I called them in my Fiat to put an end to the painful passion of my will. Finally the death that prepared my resurrection. She called all creatures to be resurrected in my divine Fiat. And, oh! As it symbolizes the resurrection of the kingdom of my will. My wounded, distorted, unrecognizable humanity is resurrected in full health with an enchanting, glorious and triumphant beauty. It prepared the triumph, the glory of my will. Calling in it all creatures and asking that each one can be resurrected in my will to pass from the state of corpse to life, from ugliness to beauty, from misfortune to happiness. My resurrected humanity ensures the kingdom of my will on earth. It was my unique act of triumph and victory. She was important to me, because I didn't want to leave for heaven until I could give everything that could allow the creatures to return again. In the kingdom of my will and in all the glory, the happiness, the triumph of my supreme Fiat so that he may dominate and reign in them. Therefore, unite with me. Make sure that there is no act that you do and no suffering that you undergo without calling my will to occupy its royal and dominant place. Your victory will be to make it known, loved, and desired by all creatures. The divine will calls me forcefully into the endless sea of his will. Oh! How good we are! How many surprises! How many wonderful things we understand, which produce infinite joys. A divine life. A love that never says it's enough, but that makes you see and feel that everything is divine will. That all creation forms a single act of the supreme will. My mind was lost in him. Then my sweet Jesus visited me with inexpressible love. He said to me, "Blessed daughter of my will, you must know that the head of the kingdom of my divine will is God himself. Our divinity only continues his unique act. We never do anyone's will, but always our own. The crown of our attributes is dominated by our Fiat. His kingdom is within us and extends outside of us. In our immensity. In our love, power, and goodness. In all things. So much so that for us, everything is our will. Second come creation, the heavens, the suns, the stars, the winds and the waters, as well as the smallest blade of grass. They do nothing but a continual act of our Fiat. There is between them and us a respiratory act. We emit the breath of our will and creation receives it. By emitting it in turn it gives us the breath that we have given it. These are all effects that our will has infused into them. It unites with our single act. How much glory and honors do we not receive, how exalted our Supreme Being is. Simply of what our will has infused into all creation that knows how to give us back the breath we have given it. There is such a unity of will with all creation, that everything that comes out of us and enters into creation forms a single act of supreme will. The multiplicity and diversity of things, who see each other and that occur, are only the effects produced by our single act. Because our Fiat never changes and is not subject to change either. All its power is really to be able to make a single act, to produce every possible and imaginable effect. Thirdly come all the angels, saints and blesseds of the heavenly fatherland. They revolve around our Supreme Being. They breathe strength, holiness, love, infinite joys and countless happiness of the divine will. They form a unique life with Him. They feel this life in themselves as their own life. Ils la ressentent à l'extérieur quand elle leur apporte la mer d'un bonheur divin toujours nouveau. Unique is the act that the divine will forms in heaven. One is the breath. Only one thing is necessary, the divine will. If it were ever necessary that in heaven enter a single act, a single breath that was not the divine will, the heavenly fatherland would lose all its enchantment, all the beauty and all the charm with which it is invested. But it can't be. So you see that my Fiat holds all the supremacy. A single breath fills the blessed with seas of incomparable joys and happiness. By emitting the breath our divinity feels the happiness enjoyed by all the saints. We magnify our supreme will as the beginning, source, and origin of all goods. In fourth place comes the human family. Creatures revolve around us, but their will is not one with ours. Thus they do not breathe our will, which brings order, holiness, union, and harmony with its Creator. As a result, they remain scattered, messy and far from us. They are unhappy beings. Peace, happiness, abundance of goods are far from them, and all evils come from the fact that our will is not theirs. We do not exchange our breath, and this prevents the communication of our property, the perfect union with our Supreme Being, our creative hand, who should form His most beautiful masterpiece in every creature, is prevented from doing so by the absence of our will. It does not find their soul prepared, adaptable to make our divine art feasible. Where our will is missing, we do not know what to do with this creature. That is why we so desire that our divine will reign and form life in it. For our creative work is prevented. Our works are suspended. The work of our creation is incomplete. To get this, one must be the will of heaven and earth. One life. One love. One the breath. This is the great good we want for creatures. We still want to do many wonderful works. But the human will hinders our steps, ties our arms and makes our creative hands inactive. That is why the creature who wants to do our will and live in it gives us work. And we make of it what we want. You must know that when the creature decides to live by the divine will, it secures its salvation, its holiness. We are in her as in our home. His will serves us as material, in which we pronounce the Fiat in each of its acts in order to form works worthy of the one who lives in it. We act like a king who uses stones, tuff, and mortar to form a sumptuous palace to amaze the whole world. Poor king, if he lacks the stones and materials necessary to build the palace. Although he has all the goodwill and money to do it, for lack of materials, it will remain without a palace. This is our case, if we lack the will of the soul. In spite of our power and our will, we cannot form in the soul the magnificent palace worthy of our residence if we lack the will of the soul. But when the creature gives us his will and takes ours, we are safe. We find everything at our disposal. Small things like big, natural, and spiritual, everything is ours and we can use everything to accomplish the work of our omnipotent Fiat. And as our will does not know how to remain idle, she recalls her works in the palace that with so much love she formed in the creature. It surrounds him with all the works of creation. The heavens, the sun, and the stars pay tribute to him. It puts in order in the creature all that I have done in the redemption, my life, my birth, my child's tears, my sufferings, and my prayers. Nothing should be missing from my will because everything came out of her. Everything belongs to him as of right. Therefore, it forms, where it reigns, the centralization of all its works. And, oh! The beauties, the order, the harmony, the divine goods that are formed in this creature. Heaven is stunned and all admire the love and power of the divine will, and they worship it tremblingly. Therefore, let my will work. She will do great things that will amaze you. In addition to our love, our eternal wisdom has established all the graces that we should give to the creature. The degrees of holiness it should acquire. The beauty we should adorn it with. The love with which she should love us, and the acts themselves that she should perform. Where our Fiat reigns, everything becomes realized. The divine order is in full force, not even a comma is moved. Our work is in total harmony with the works of the creature. Oh! How much it makes our delights! And when we have given him our last love in time and that she will have performed our last act of divine will in her mortal life, our love will give her flight into our heavenly homeland and our will receive her in heaven as a triumph of her active and conquering will which, with so much love, conquered on earth. So that her last act will be the entry she will make into heaven in order to live in our will in endless happiness. On the contrary, where our will does not reign there is no divine order. But how many of our works broken and without effect! How many divine voids, sometimes filled with passions and sins! There is no beauty, but a deformity that makes you feel pity. Therefore, be attentive and make our will reign and live in you. My poor mind is unable not to turn and fly in the divine will, my poor human will felt the pressure of the divine will and I said to myself, ah, yes, it is wonderful to feel the triumph, the reign, the happiness, the wonderful conquests of life in the divine will. But the human will must continually die. It is true that it is a very great honor that God's love descends into the will of the creature and that with his majesty and power he does what he wants. And the human will remains in its place and can only do what God does. But it must stop everything that comes from it, and that is the sacrifice of sacrifices, especially in certain circumstances. Oh! As life can sometimes seem painful to him, as if it had none, because the divine Fiat does not tolerate that even a fiber of human will can act in him. And a host of thoughts occupied my poor mind when my sweet Jesus, out of compassion for my ignorance and the painful state in which I found me, came with incredible tenderness to put his most holy hand on my head, and he said to me, "My blessed daughter, courage, do not torment you. My divine will wants everything because he knows that a single small act, a desire, a fiber of human will, would spoil his most beautiful works. The divine order and his holiness would be hindered, his love restricted, his power limited. That is why he does not tolerate that even a fragment of human will can have his life. It is true that it is the sacrifice of sacrifices. No other sacrifice can have the weight, the value, the intensity of the sacrifice of living without his will. So much so that it is necessary to have eternal life. The continual miracle of my divine will, to be able to suffer this sacrifice. The other sacrifices, in comparison, can be called shadows, images, paintings, children's games crying for nothing. Because it is when there is the human will that, in suffering, in painful situations, we do not feel alone, lifeless, without satisfactions. Therefore the sacrifices seem much lighter. But they are empty of God, of holiness, of love, of light, of true happiness. And maybe not even empty of sins. For the human will, without mine, is never able to do good and holy things. If my Fiat didn't have virtue, to contain in him the human will without giving it life, or to lock him in himself so that he finds neither the place nor the time to be able to act. He would not be able to work with that divine splendor, luxury, and pomp with which he usually performs our works. If there had been another will in creation, it would have prevented the divine sumptuousness, splendor, and pomp that we have put into all of creation. It would have prevented the extension of the sky, the multiplicity of stars, the immensity of sunlight, the variety of so many things created. It would have put a limit on us. That is why our will wants to be alone, in order to be able to do what he knows how to do and wants to do. That is why he wants to have the human will in him, cooperating, spectator, admirer of what he wants to do in her. But she must be convinced, if she wants to live in my will, that his own can no longer act, and that it must serve in order to enclose my will in hers, to let her perform her works in complete freedom, with all the sumptuousness, with the luxury of graces, and with the pomp of its divine varieties. The first thing we want is absolute freedom. We want to be free, my daughter, whoever it is. The sacrifices we ask for and the works we want to do. Without it, life in my will be a way of speaking, but in reality it will not exist. My Jesus kept silent. I thought of everything he had told me, and I thought, he is right to say that the human will cannot act before the holiness and power of his divine will. The human will has already placed itself in this nothingness. Too many things are necessary to act before a divine will. You feel incapable. And I myself pray that I do not have the great misfortune of having formed a movement, a fiber of my own will. But my cross, and you know it, is to be in the labyrinth where you placed me. I feel hindered and humiliated even in the dust. You knew who I needed. Unable to help myself, not a day, not a year. Oh, how difficult it is. I know that it is only your will that gives me strength and grace, and that by myself I would not have been able to bear it. I felt so bitter that it seemed to me to be dying. My ever-kind Jesus, with compassion, repeated his speech. My daughter, my divine will wants to make in the creature a complete act. And do you know what a complete act of my will means? It means a complete act of God, in which he places holiness, beauty, love, power, and light to the point of astonishing heaven and earth. God himself must be delighted to the point of forming his seat, his throne of glory in this complete act, which will serve it itself and will descend as a beneficent dew for the good of all creatures. That is why, in order to make this complete act, I must lay upon you a new cross, never yet given to any other. To make the necessary arrangements stand up in you at home. To receive and at home to perform this complete act of my will. Without nothing, nothing can be done. Therefore, you in order to receive and we in order to give new things. We had to have the new crosses which, united to the continual work of our will, would prepare all that is necessary for such a great act. You must know that my Fiat has never left you. That's why you feel his sweet impression and his law on each fiber, every movement and desire of your will. Jealous of you and the complete act he wanted to do, my Fiat maintained his royal reign. But do you know why? Listen to a sweet and cherished secret. When my will dominated your mind, your gaze, your words, he thus formed your Jesus in your spirit. His gaze in yours. His words in yours. When it dominated the fibers, the movement, the heart. He thus formed the fibers, the movement of the heart of your Jesus in you. When he dominated the works, the steps, your whole being. He thus formed his works, his steps, Jesus whole in you. And if my will had given you the freedom to do your own deeds, even in the smallest and most innocent things, she could not have formed your Jesus in you. And I cannot and do not want to live by a human will. My will would not have made the decision to form me in the soul if it had not been certain that I could find my will itself with which my humanity was animated. It will truly be his reign on earth. To form as much of Jesus, So many creatures who want to live by the divine will, with Jesus in their souls. His kingdom will have its sumptuousness, its sublimity, its luxury of unheard of things, and it will be assured. It is then that in the kingdom of my divine Fiat I will have as many living Jesus, who love me, glorify me, and will give me complete glory. That is why I long for this kingdom. And you too long after him. Don't be interested in anything else. Let me do it. Trust in me. And I'll think of everything. After which I continued to think of the divine will, and my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, light is the symbol of my divine will. Its nature is to spread as much as it can and where it can. My divine will does not deny its light to anyone, whether we like it or not. Anything that can happen. It is that the one who wants to use the light uses it to do great things, while the one who does not want it does no good. But he cannot deny that he has received the good of the light. This is my will that more than the light spreads everywhere, invests every creature and everything. And the sign that the soul possesses my will is that it feels the need to give oneself to others with her, to do good to all, to run to all with his actions, to make so much of Jesus and give them to all. My will is of all. I am the Jesus of all. Therefore I am happy when the creature makes my will and my life his own, and when she wants to give me all. It is then my continual joy and celebration. I continue my abandonment in the Fiat. My poor spirit swims in the divine sea and understands the celestial arcana, but I do not know how to repeat them, for there are no words here on earth for this. When I am in this divine sea and look at its immensity, there are no beings or things that can escape it. All beings and all things form their life and receive it in the divine will. But what can the creature take from this immensity? Barely a few drops, as it is so small. By taking the drops, she is not able to get out of this immensity. She feels her running, internally and externally, to his right and left, everywhere, unable even for a moment to get rid of her. Oh! Divine will, how admirable you are! You are all mine, you lift me up in you. I find you everywhere. You always love me to the point of forming the life of my life. My spirit was lost in this sea when my sweet Jesus, all goodness, came out of this sea. He was approaching me, and he said to me, "Daughter of my will, you have seen that the immensity of my Fiat is unattainable. No created spirit, no matter how holy, can embrace it and see where its limits end. All have a place in him. Each creature has its own small field in the immensity of my divine will. But who works this small field assigned to the creature? The one who lives in my will. Because she takes the creature into her womb. She puts her to work, united in the work that RLLE wants to accomplish. In the very small field that was given to the creature in my will. It has its creative force. So what the creature could do for a century, it does in an hour with my will. Thus in an hour it can acquire a century of love, works, sacrifices, divine knowledge, deep adorations. And after work, my will calls the soul to rest in order to rest and congratulate each other. Then seeing the beauty of the small field, the joy she feels, in order to congratulate each other more, they return to work. It is an alternation of work and rest. For among the many qualities that the divine will possesses is the attitude of continuous movement. She is not idle. To each thing created, she gave her continuous work in order to glorify herself and do good to all. In my will, idleness does not exist. In her everything is work. If she likes, it's a job. If she is busy knowing, it is a job. If she worships, if she suffers, if she prays, it is a divine work and not a human one. This work is converted into money of infinite value, which she can acquire to enlarge their small field. My daughter, you must know that it is my absolute will that the creature do my will. How long I look forward to seeing her reign and work in her, how much I want to hear her say, "The will of God is mine. What God wants, I want. What God does, I do." as it is my will that lives in it. It must give it the necessary means and assistance. And here is my humanity, which puts itself at the disposal of the creature in the very small field of the immensity of my will assigned to the creature, so that I can demonstrate my strength to support his weakness, my sufferings to help him in his, my love to hide his in mine, my holiness to cover it, my life to support her and provide her with the model. In short, my divine will must find as many Jesus as creatures who want to live from my will. Then my will find no more obstacles, because the creatures will be hidden in me and will have the will to do more things with me than with themselves. And creatures will find all the necessary help in overabundance to live from my will. This is always the case with God when He wants something. He gives all that is necessary for what He wants to happen. That is why I like that creatures know what I am making available to those who want to live from my will. They will find my life that will provide them with all that is necessary to make them live in the sea of my divine will. Otherwise, their small field in my immensity will remain without work. Therefore without fruit, without happiness, and without joy. They will be like those who live under the sun without ever doing anything. And the sun will only serve to burn them and give them a burning thirst, to the point of feeling like they are dying. All creatures, because of creation, are found in this immensity. But if their will does not work with mine, they live alone. They will feel all goods burning and will be thirsty for the passions of sin and the weaknesses that will torment them. That is why there is no greater evil than not living by my will. After which I continued my round. In the acts performed by the divine will in creation, I came to the conception of the Blessed Virgin. My sweet Jesus stopped me and said, "My daughter, the greatest prodigy of creation is the Virgin." The divine will subjugated his human will from the first moment of his conception, and the will of this holy creature subjugated the divine Fiat. One conquered the other. They were both winners. The divine will entered into the dominant king in his human will. The chains of this great divine prodigy began in this sublime creature. The uncreated force poured into the created force in such a way that it could sustain all of creation as if it were just a straw fetu. All created things felt the force created in the uncreated force that supported them and contributed to their preservation. How honored and happy they felt, because a created force flowed in all things like their queen in order to sustain and preserve them. His strength was such that it reigned over all and even over his creator. She was invincible. For with the force of the divine Fiat it conquered all and all things. All of them let themselves be conquered by this divine empress, because she possessed a powerful and ravishing force that no one could resist. The demons themselves felt weakened and knew where to hide from this unsurpassable force. The whole supreme being flowed in this created will that had been subjugated by the divine will. Infinite love poured into finite love. All things felt loved by this holy creature. Her love was so great that better than the air she was breathed by all. So that this queen of love felt the need to love all the creatures in mother and queen of all. She was clothed in our beauty to the point of possessing the strength, the love, the goodness, the ravishing grace that made her loved by all. Even by things that do not possess reason. So that there was not an act, a prayer, an adoration, a reparation that did not fill heaven and earth. She mastered all things, and her love and everything she did flowed into the sky, into the sun, into the wind, into all things. Our supreme being felt loved and worshipped in all things created, by this holy creature. A new life was flowing in all things. She loved us all and made us loved by all. The uncreated will had had the place of honor in the created will. She was able to do all things, to give us the exchange, at whose disposal we had put all the creation. With the design of this great queen, the true life of God began in the creature and the life of the creature in God. Oh! The exchanges of love, courage, beauty, light between one and the other. The wonders that alternated in her were therefore continuous and unheard of. The heavens and the earth were stunned. The angels remained delighted before the work of my divine will in the creature. My daughter. Living in the divine will, this great lady felt de facto queen of all things and all things, and also queen of the great divine king. so much so that it formed the gate of heaven to bring down the eternal Word. She prepared the way in the room of her womb where he would make his home, and in the enthusiasm of his love she said to me, "Descend, O eternal Word, you will find in me your heaven, your joys, the same will that reigns in the three divine persons." But it also formed the door and the path for souls to access the heavenly homeland. And it is only because the Virgin lived on earth of the divine will as if she were living in heaven that the Blessed could enter the celestial regions and enjoy its delights. Because the Heavenly Mother kept them hidden in His glory and in all the acts she performs in the divine will, thus the Blessed feel in their joys the love, the works, the power of this Mother and Queen who makes them happy. What can my will do? All possible and imaginable goods in the creature where she reigns. It gives a power that comes to say, "Do what you want, command, take, give. I will never deny you anything. Your strength is irresistible, your power makes me weak." I put everything in her hands, because she acts as mistress and queen. You should know that this holy creature felt from its conception the palpitation of my Fiat in it. She loved me with every beat of her heart. And the divinity redoubled his love with every heartbeat. She felt in her breath that of the divine will. She loved us in every breath, and we paid her back with our love redoubled in each of his breaths. She felt the movement of the Fiat in her hands, in her footsteps, in her feet. She felt in all her being the life of the divine will. She loved us in all things, for herself and for all. And we loved him always and every moment. Our love ran like a fast torrent. She always kept us attentive and celebrating, in order to receive his love and give him ours. So much so that it came to cover all sins and creatures with our love. That is why our justice remained disarmed by this invincible lover. We can say that she made our Supreme Being what she wanted. Oh! As I would like that everyone can understand what it means to live in the divine will, so that they can make everyone happy and holy. I am still in the arms of the divine will. I feel within and outside of me his creative power that does not give me time to do anything else. I want and ask for nothing else, for me and for all, than the kingdom of the divine will on earth. My God, what magnetic force she possesses! It gives everything, it invests you from all sides. But at the same time she takes everything which belongs to the smallness of the poor creature. My poor mind was immersed in the crowd of countless thoughts about the divine Fiat when my ever-kind Jesus visited my little soul. "All goodness," he said to me. "My blessed daughter, our infinite love is always excessive and it is incredible. Suffice it to tell you that he is so great that we are just thinking about the creature. Our incessant movement is reflected in her to give her life. Our love is reflected in her to continually say I love you. Our power is reflected in it to support it. In short, our wisdom is reflected in it and directs it, our light is reflected in it and illuminates it. Our goodness is reflected in her and takes pity on her. Our beauty is reflected in it and embellishes it. Our Supreme Being is constantly pouring out on the creature. But that's not all. Because by reflecting ourselves in it, it too is reflected in us. So if she thinks we feel the reflection of her thoughts, by speaking, she reflects in us her word. We feel the reflection of his heartbeat within us, the movement of his work, the trampling of his feet. There is such an inseparability between the divine being and the human being that one continually pours into the other. Our love is so great that we place ourselves in the condition not to be able to be without the creature. But it's not over yet. If our love does not give in excess, it is not satisfied. Knowing that if the creature does not possess the life of our divine will, there is a great difference between them, between its reflections and ours. Thus our divine will becomes supplicant love. If she thinks, he begs her to let our will reign in her mind. If she speaks, he begs her to let him reign in her words. If she touches, works, and walks, he implores her to let my divine will reign everywhere with her. In everything she does. Whether it is a complaint, a sigh, a prayer, He continually tells her, "Receive my Fiat, be invested by my Fiat. Oh! Owns my Fiat. Let me see my Fiat reign, dominate and rejoice in your life. Please do not refuse your will to me and I will give you mine." And if he gets that, as if he had obtained the most precious thing, he encloses the creature in his love, the sail of his light. He stands guard, triumphant, il resent en les notes de son amour. Ils descent to do. Nous aimons de un même amour. We have the same life, your Fiat who and to you and to me. So that harmony, the order of its creator rises in it. Our will, our love has achieved its goal. All he has to do is enjoy his beloved creature. Therefore, my daughter, giving the life of our will to the creature is close to our hearts. We have been sighing so much for centuries, or rather from all eternity, that we contemplate with pleasure the wonder of our life in it. We felt joy, happiness of so many lives multiplied and formed in creatures. Otherwise, creation would not have been a great thing. If we have created and brought so many things into the light of day, it is because it was to serve the prodigy of wonders. To form by virtue of our Fiat our life in the creature. Otherwise it would have been for us as if we had done nothing. Also, please your Jesus, give peace to my always delusional love. Unite with me. Sigh, pray, and ask that my will reign in you and in all creatures. And in saying this, he took a veil of light to cover me entirely. I didn't know how to get out of this veil. After which I continued to think about the divine will. Oh! How many sweet and dear surprises passed through my mind. Ah! If one knew how to say them in words, I could amaze the whole world. All would like to possess the divine will. But the language of heaven does not adapt to the language of earth. I am therefore obliged to pass. My beloved Jesus, returned to his poor little and ignorant daughter. With indescribable love, he said to me, "Daughter of my will, listen to me, be careful. I want to tell you about the act of love. The most beautiful, the most tender and the most intense of my Fiat. You must know that all past, present and future deeds, thoughts and words are all present before the Supreme Being. So much so that the creatures did not yet exist in time and their actions were already shining before us. And because of that, because my Fiat performs the act before the creature, there is no thought, word, or work that my Fiat does not begin. You can say that. First everything is formed in God with all deeds, and that then we bring the creature into the light of day. Now the creature by doing its own will has withdrawn from divine acts. But it cannot destroy the life of these acts, which originated from the Fiat and which were his property. She who herself changed divine acts into human acts. But if man refuses to recognize the one who gave life to his deeds, my will does not refuse to recognize them. That is why the creature feels the greatest excess of love of my will when it decides with immutable firmness to want to live by my will, to let her reign and dominate in her. Our infinite goodness is so great. Our love does not know how to resist a true decision of the creature, especially since he does not want to see in it actors different from ours. Do you understand what he does? It then covers all the acts of the creature of my will. He shapes them, transforms them in his light. In zil voit. K tout est transform parle prodige de son amour. K tout deviant sa volant dans la creature. With the divine love he continues to form his life and acts in the creature. Is this not an astonishing and excessive love of my will? That to decide to make life of my will even the most ungrateful. He knows he wants. Put everything aside. Cover everything and provide what is lacking in my will in them? It also shows the absolute of our will. She wants to rule among creatures, without paying attention to anything, nor to what the creature lacks. She wants to give, not in payment for what the creature would deserve, oh no, but in free donation of our great generosity and for the fulfillment of our own will. and to accomplish our will, that is all for us. My poor mind was immersed in the divine Fiat. He found in action the conception of the Immaculate Queen. He was all in celebration. He gathered everyone around him, angels and saints, to make them see this incredible prodigy. The graces, the love with which the divine Fiat called this sublime creature from nothingness, so that everyone could know it and exalt her as queen and mother of all creatures. I was surprised and would have stayed there, God knows how long, if my sweet Jesus had not called me to say, I want to honor my Heavenly Mother. I want to tell the story of His Immaculate Conception. Only I can speak of it, who is the author of such a great prodigy. My daughter. The first act of this conception was a Fiat pronounced by us, with a solemnity and a fullness of graces, suitable for enclosing all things and creatures. We have centralized in this conception of the Virgin in our divine Fiat the past and the future, the incarnation of the Word. We conceived and incarnated it in the same incarnation of myself, future Redeemer. My blood that was in action as if I was shedding it myself, fed her, embellished it, confirmed it and continually strengthened it in a divine way. But it was not enough for my love. All His deeds, words and steps were first conceived. In my actions, in my words and in my footsteps. That's when they had life. My humanity was the refuge, the hiding place, the incorporation of this celestial creature. When she loved us, her love was embodied and conceived in my love. Oh! How much His love loved us! He locked everything and all things. I can say that she loved as a God knows how to love. She had the same follies of love for us and for all creatures. And when that love loves once, it loves forever without ever stopping. His prayer was conceived in my prayer and it therefore had immense value, a power over our Supreme Being. Who could refuse Him anything? His sufferings, His sorrows, His martyrdoms which were so numerous, were first conceived in my humanity, and then she felt in herself the life of suffering and atrocious martyrs, all animated by a divine power. That is why we can say that it was conceived in me, that from me came His life. Everything I did and suffered surrounded this holy creature for make Him procession and pour me continuously on her so that I can tell her, you are the life of my life. You are all beautiful. You are the first redeemed. My divine Fiat has shaped you, created you by its breath. He conceived you in my works, in my humanity itself. My daughter. The conception of this celestial creature in the incarnate Word was made by us with the highest wisdom, unattainable power, an inexhaustible love and a decency proper to our works. As it was necessary for me, the Word of the Father, I come down from heaven to incarnate in the womb of a virgin. Her virginity was not enough for the holiness of my divinity. It was therefore necessary for our love and holiness to exempt Him from the task of original sin and that this virgin be first conceived in me with all the prerogatives, the virtues and beauties that the incarnate Word must possess. I could then be conceived into the one that had been conceived in me. I found in her my heaven, the holiness of my life, my own blood, who had generated and irrigated His own so often. I found there my will which, communicating to Him His divine fruitfulness, formed His life and that of the Son of God. Munde divin Fiat, por la rondra digni de mi concevoir. Kept it clothed with its continual empire which possesses all the acts as if it were one in order to give it everything. He called into action my anticipated merits, all my life, and He continually poured it into His beautiful soul. That's why only I can tell the true story of the Immaculate Conception and all His life, because I conceived it in me and I am the light of all things. If the Holy Church speaks of the Heavenly Queen, they can only say the first letters of the alphabet. His holiness, its greatness and donations that have enriched it, If you knew the satisfaction I feel when I speak of my Heavenly Mother, your requests would be innumerable. You would give me so much joy by making me talk about the one I love so much and who loved me so much. My most good Jesus keeps me immersed in the great prodigy of the Sovereign Queen. It seems to me that he wants to continue to talk about what God has done in this great lady. And with an air of celebration and inexpressible joy, he said to me, "Listen to me. My blessed daughter, the incredible wonders, the surprises that I will tell you will amaze everyone. I feel the need in love to make known what we have done for this Heavenly Mother and the great good that all generations have received. You must know that in the act of conception of this Blessed Virgin, our Divine Will, who owns everything and who with his immensity embraces all things, possesses the clairvoyance of all possible and imaginable beings, and her virtue which, when she works, always performs a universal work, called all creatures to be conceived in the heart of this Virgin. But it wasn't enough for our love. Giving in the most incredible excesses, our will made this Virgo conceive in every creature, so that all can have a mother and feel his motherhood in the depths of their soul. A mother who loves them like his children and keeps them designed in it for be at their disposal, raise them, guide them, les protéger or contre les perils, et les nourrir avec sa puissance maternelle, du lait de son amour et of the food that she herself has received, that is, the divine Fiat. Our will has in it his full freedom, its total domination and its power. She called all the creatures in this heavenly creature to have joy, to see them all contained in her and to hear her say, "Your children are already all in me. Therefore I love you for each of them." Our will then goes into every soul, to feel the love of our daughter, all beautiful and all love. And we can say that there is no creature for whom she does not commit to loving us. Our Fiat raised her in order to give her all things, and from the first moment of her life we made her Queen of our Fiat, Queen of our love, and when she loved us her motherhood appeared in her love and harmonized the love of all creatures. Oh! How beautiful this love that became one, as it touched us, congratulated us to the point of making us languish for this love that disarmed us and made us see all things, the sky, the sun, the earth, the seas, and the creatures covered and hidden in his love. Oh! How beautiful it was to see her, to feel her mother of all creatures. And forming in them her sea of love, she sent her notes, her arrows, her love stingers to her Creator. Acting as a true mother, she brought them to us before our throne in the sea of her love so that we could look at them in order to make us propitious, and with the strength of our divine will she imposed herself on us, put them in our arms, to caress them, to kiss them and to grant them surprising graces. What holiness was thus formed and requested by this Heavenly Mother, and her love remained awake. You must also know that from the first moment of the life of this heavenly creature our love was so great that we endowed it with all our divine qualities, so that it endowed our power, wisdom, love, goodness, light, and all the rest of our divine qualities. Already to all the creatures that we bring to the light of day we grant this dowry. No creature is born without being endowed by its Creator, but since they have withdrawn from our will, it can be said that they do not even know it. But this Blessed Virgin has never left our will, and she has her eternal life in the endless seas of our Fiat. That is why she grew with our attributes, and by forming her actions in our divine qualities, she formed seas of power, wisdom, light, etc. We can say that by living with our science we were giving him continual lessons about his Creator. She grew in our knowledge and knew the Supreme Being so well that neither angel nor saint could compare to her. All of them were ignorant in front of her because none of them grew up and made their lives with us. She entered into our divine secrets, into the most intimate hiding places of our divine being without beginning or end, into our imperishable joys and beatitudes, and with our power that she had in her power, she dominated and controlled us. And we let her do it. In fact, we were happy with her mastery, and in order to make her even happier, we gave her our chaste embraces, our loving smiles, our condescensions, telling her, "Do what you want. Our will has so much love for the creature, and his desire to see him live in him is so great that if he gets this, he throws it into an abyss of grace and love until it overwhelms it, and human smallness is forced to say, enough is enough, I am already drowned, I feel devoured by your love, I am no longer able to bear more. You must know that our love is not satisfied and never says enough. No matter what he gives, he always wants to give more. When we give, it's a party for us. We prepare the table for the one who loves us, and we urge her to stay with us to have life together. My daughter, listen now. Another prodigy of our Fiat in this holy creature. How she loved us and extended her motherhood to all creatures. In each of his acts. If she loved, prayed, or worshipped. If she was suffering, everything. And even the breath, the heartbeat, the step, as everything was our Fiat, everything was triumph and victory. That our Supreme Being obtained in the acts of Virgo. The Heavenly Lady triumphed and conquered in God. Every moment of his admirable and prodigious life were triumphs and victories between God and the Virgin. But this is nothing. Acting as a true mother, she called all her children. She covered them and hid them in all her acts. She covered them with her victories, giving them all his deeds with all his victories and triumphs. Then, with tenderness and love, to break the heart and to feel conquered, she tells us, adorable Majesty, look at them. They are all my children, my victories and triumphs are of my children. These are my conquests and I give them to them. If the mother conquered and triumphed, the children conquered and triumphed. And all the triumphs and victories she had in God are all acts that creatures would have performed. Thus each can say, I received as a dowry the acts of my mother queen. As a seal she clothed me with the victories and triumphs she had with her Creator. So much so that the creature who wants to sanctify himself finds the dowry of his heavenly mother, his triumphs and victories. To achieve the highest holiness, the weakest finds the strength of his mother's holiness and his triumphs to become strong. The afflicted and the suffering find the dowry of the sufferings of his heavenly mother. To obtain the triumph and victory of resignation, the sinner finds the victory and triumph of forgiveness. In short, every creature finds in the Sovereign Queen the dowry, the support, the help for the state where it is. How beautiful, moving and delightful it is to see this Heavenly Mother in every creature. To feel how much she loves her children and prays for them. He is the greatest of wonders between heaven and earth. We could not have given creatures a greater benefit. I must tell you, my daughter, a suffering of your Heavenly Mother is the ingratitude of creatures before such great love. This dowry, that with so many sacrifices going as far as the heroism of the sacrifice of his Son with so many atrocious sufferings. Some do not know it. Others are hardly interested in it. And they live in poverty. Combien elle souffre de voir que ses enfants sont pauvres et ne possédent pas ces immenses richesses d'amour, de grâce et de sainteté. Because they are not material riches, but the riches of this Heavenly Mother, and for which she gave her life. And seeing that his children do not possess them, she must keep her riches without the reason why she acquired them. It is a continual suffering. That is why she wants to make this great good known to all. Because if you don't know it, you can't own it. She acquired these dowries by virtue of the divine Fiat, who reigned in her, who loved her to the point of letting her do what she wanted to achieve the good of the creatures. That is why it will be my divine will, which will bring to light these celestial dowries, and who will make them take possession of it. Therefore, pray that such a great good may be known and desired by creatures. I continue the same theme on the Most Holy Virgin. A light that descends from the Sein of the Lord invests my poor spirit, but it is a light that speaks and says so much about the Heavenly and Sovereign Lady that I do not know how to say everything about her. But my beloved Jesus, with his usual goodness, said to me, "Courage, my daughter, I'm going to help you, I'm going to communicate the words to you. I feel the irresistible need to make known who this mother is, the dowries, the privileges and the great good that she does and can do to all generations. Therefore, listen to me and I will tell you things that have never occurred to you, neither to you nor to others, in order to shake the most unbelieving and ungrateful of sinners, and also to tell you how far our love can go. A love that never gave itself rest, that ran with speed and made our divine being indulge in excesses likely to astonish heaven and earth to the point that everyone exclaimed, "Is it possible that a God loved creatures so much?" That is why, my daughter, you feel what our great love is doing. The creatures had a heavenly Father and this did not satisfy our love. In his desire and folly for love, he wanted to form for her a heavenly mother and an earthly mother, so that if the solicitudes, love and tenderness of the heavenly fatherhood might not be enough for them to love her, the love, the indescribable tenderness of this celestial and human mother would be the ring of conjunction that would eliminate all distance, fear, if the creatures surrendered in her arms, to be conquered by her love in order to love the one who had formed her to obtain their love and to be loved. Therefore, the most extraordinary wonders and love were needed. Inexhaustible that only a God can give to realize this project. We called this holy creature out of nothingness and using the same seed of human generations, but purified, we gave her life. From the first moment of this life the celestial virtue of our divine Fiat was united to her to form a divine and human life that grows divinely and humanly, and participating in divine fecundity, formed in her the great prodigy of being able to conceive a man and a God. She was able to form with the human germ the humanity of the incarnate Word and with the germ of the Fiat, she conceived the divine Word. There was then no distance between God and man. The Virgin being human and celestial brought man and God closer together and gave filiation to all her children so that they could approach him and contemplate in him and in her the same features, to see them clothed with the same human nature. They would then have the confidence and love to let themselves be conquered and love the one who loved them so much. What love does a good mother not receive from her own children? Especially since she was powerful and rich and would have given her life to safety her own children. And what did she not do to make them happy and holy? The humanity of the Word and the heavenly and human mother are like repositories where to entrust love for all creatures and say to them with love, "Do not be afraid, come to us, we are alike in all things, come so that we can give you everything. My arms will always be ready to kiss you, and to defend you, I will lock you in my heart to give you everything. Suffice it to tell you that I am your mother and that my love is so great that I keep you conceived in my heart." But all this is nothing yet. He was God, he had to work in God. Our love ran to invent other excessive love schemes. You yourself would be amazed to learn about them, and when human generations hear about them, they will love us so much that they will give us back much of our love. Be careful, my blessed daughter, and thank me for what I am going to tell you. As I said, it was not enough for our love that by virtue of our Fiat everyone could be conceived in the heart of this Virgin. In order to have a true motherhood, not in words, but with deeds, it was conceived in every creature so that each could have a mother of her own. And to possess the full right that each creature can be his child, our love has passed another excess. You must know that this celestial queen, having the fullness of our divine Fiat who possesses by nature her virtue of generation and bilocation, can with the divine Fiat generate and move as much as she wants her Son God. Our love imposed itself on this heavenly creature and in her desire, with the virtue of my Fiat that she possessed, he gave her the power to let her generate her Jesus in each creature, to give birth to him, to raise him, to do whatever suited him to form the life of his dear Son. It compensates for everything the creature can't do. If he cries, she dries his cries, if he is cold, she warms him up. If he suffers, she suffers with him. While by acting as mother she raises her Son, she is also a mother to the creature she raises. So much so that we can say that she raises them together, that she loves them with the same love, that she guides them, feeds them, dresses them, and forming from her maternal arms two wings of light, she covers them and hides them in her heart to give them the most beautiful rest. It was not enough for our love that the Word could incarnate to generate a Jesus in every creature and give a mother to all human generations, no, no, our love would not have been excessive. His race was so fast, he didn't know how to stop, and he calmed down a little when, with his power, he generated this mother in every soul so that each could have mother and son at his disposal. Oh! How beautiful it is to see this heavenly mother lovingly generate her Jesus in every creature to form a prodigy of love and grace. This is the honor and the great glory that his Creator has given him, and the greatest love that God can manifest to creatures. But there is no need to be surprised, because our Fiat can do anything, and what it wants to do is already done. Rather, it is surprising to know to what excesses he pushed his love of man. I am pursuing the same theme. I thought about what I had just written, and I thought, is this chain of excessive love that seems never to end possible? I know that nothing is impossible for our Lord, but to bring down from the heights of her holiness this heavenly mother into the depths of our souls to raise us as her very tender daughters, to generate in us her Son Jesus and to raise us up with him, it is incredible. And even though my heart was overflowing with love and joy as I felt that with indescribable love she was raising me as her daughter with her dear Son, it seemed to me that I could not say and write it in such a way as not to raise difficulties and doubts. But my dear Jesus, taking on an imposing appearance that did not allow him to resist him, said to me, "My daughter, I want you to write down what I told you. There are seas of love for creatures in what I told you, and I don't want to be suffocated. Therefore, if you don't write, I withdraw. Have you forgotten that I must conquer man by love, but by a love that will be difficult for him to resist us?" I answered Fiat immediately, and my beloved Jesus resumed his gentle and kind appearance, and with a love that broke my heart, he added, "My blessed daughter, there is no doubt to be had. My being is all love, and when it seems that I have indulged in such excesses of love that it is not possible to do more, other excesses of love follow. But these benefits have not been destroyed. They exist and will exist, and when a good is not destroyed, there is always the certainty that it will reach the one for whom it was intended. The great Queen began her life in the inheritance of this divine will with such abundance that she felt overwhelmed by the goods of her Creator, and by her Fiat she inherited fertility and divine and human motherhood, she inherited the word of the Heavenly Father, she inherited all human generations, and these inherited all the goods of this Heavenly Mother. She has the right as a mother to generate in her maternal heart her children, but for our love and hers, it was not enough. She wanted to generate in every creature, and as she was heir to the divine word she had the power to generate it in each of her children. If they can inherit evils, passions, weaknesses, why can't they inherit property? That is why the heavenly heiress wants to make known the inheritance she wants to give to her children. She wants to give her motherhood to creatures so that by generating it, they will be like mothers and love her as she loved her. She wants to train so many mothers in her Jesus in order to bring him to safety, and so that no one can offend her anymore. Because the love of this mother is very different from other loves. It is a love that always burns, it is a love that gives life to its dear Son. She wants to endow creatures with her maternal love and make them heirs to her own Son. Oh! How honored she will feel to see that creatures love her Jesus with her love as a mother. You must know that her love for me and for the creatures is so great that she feels flooded and unable to contain it any longer. She asked me to manifest what I have told you, her great legacy for which she awaits her heirs, and what she can do for them by telling me. My son, do not wait any longer, act soon, manifest my great heritage and what I can do for the creatures. I feel more honored, more glorified, when it is you who say what your mom can do than when I say it myself. However, all this will have its full effect, the thrilling life of this sovereign lady, only when my will is known and the creatures take possession of their mother's inheritance. After which my sweet Jesus gave me a kiss and said, "It is in the kiss that the breath is communicated, and I therefore wanted to kiss you to communicate with my omnipotent breath the certainty of the goods and the great wonder that my mother will bring to human generations. My kiss is confirmation of what I want to do." I was surprised, and he added, "And you, give me your kiss in order to receive the deposit of all these goods and to reconfirm your will in mine. If there is no one who gives and someone who receives, a good cannot be formed or possessed." I was thinking of the incarnation of the Word and the excesses of love of the divinity that seemed like seas encompassing all creatures. They wanted to make them feel how much they loved them in order to be loved. They whispered to them continuously inside and out, "Love, love, love, love we give and love we want." And our Heavenly Mother, feeling wounded by the continual cry of the Lord who gave love and wanted love, saw herself all attentive in order to return this love to her dear Son, the incarnate Word, forming a surprise of love. The heavenly child whom I was waiting for came out of the womb and threw himself into my arms. All happy, he said to me, "Do you know, my daughter, that my mother prepared for me the feast of my birth? And do you know how? In the seas of love that descended from heaven through the descent of the eternal Word, she felt the continual cry of God who wanted to be loved in return. She felt in her womb our anxieties, our fiery sighs, my moans. Often she felt my tears and sobs, and in every moan, a sea of love that I sent to every heart in order to be loved. And seeing that I was not loved, she and I cried and sobbed. Each sob redoubled my seas of love to conquer creatures through love. But they converted these seas into suffering for me. I used the sufferings to convert them into so many other seas of love. My mom wanted to make me smile in my birth and prepare the party for her grandchild. She knew that I can't smile if I'm not loved, or participate in any party if love isn't there. Therefore, as she loved me with a true love of mother and possessed, by virtue of my Fiat, seas of love, and as she is queen of all creation, she invited heaven with her love and put on each star the seal of "I love you, O Son," for me and for all. She invited the sun into her sea of love and printed on every drop of light her "I love you, O Son," and she asked the sun to clothe her Creator in her light and warm him so that he could feel in every drop of light the "I love you" of her mother. She invested the wind of her love and with each breath she sealed the "I love you, O Son," then she called him in order to caress him and that he could feel with each breath the "I love you, O Son, I love you, O Son." She invited the whole air into her seas of love, so that by breathing he may feel the breath of love of his mother. She covered the whole sea with her sea of love, every flick of fish. The sea whispered, "I love you, O Son." And the fish shuddered, "I love you, O Son." There is nothing that my mother has not clothed with her love. With her empire as queen, she commanded everyone to receive her love in order to give Jesus back the love of her mother. That is why the chirping, trilling, and chirping of birds, even every atom of the earth was clothed with his love. The breath of the beasts came with my mother's "I love you," the hay was clothed with her love. There was nothing I could see or touch without feeling the sweetness of his love. She was thus preparing for me the most beautiful of the feasts in my birth, the party. Love and of the exchange of my great love that my sweet mother made me find. It is his love that calmed my tears, warmed me in the manger where I was cold. I found in his love that of all creatures. She kissed me. She pressed me against her heart and she loved me with the love of a mother for all her children. And I felt in each creature his maternal love. I loved them as his children and as my dear brothers and sisters. My daughter, is there one thing that love animated by an omnipotent Fiat cannot do? It becomes a magnet that attracts irresistibly and removes any dissimilarity. With his warmth, he transforms and confirms the one he loves. It embellishes in an incredible way to the point of delighting heaven and earth. Not loving a creature that loves us is impossible. All our power and divine strength are made weak and impotent before the victorious force of the one who loves us. That is why you also give me the feast that my mother gave me when I was born. Invoke heaven and earth with your "I love you, O Jesus." Let nothing escape you. Make me smile because I wasn't born just once, but I'm always reborn. Often my rebirths are without a smile and without a party. And I remain alone with my tears, sobs and moans, in a cold that makes me tremble and numb all my limbs. Therefore, hold me close to your heart to warm me with your love. With the light of my will forms for me the garment to dress me. So you will also make the feast for me and I will make it for you by giving you a new love and a new knowledge of my will. I am in the arms of the divine Fiat who surrounds me with its light. recalls on my poor existence the continual act of his will. This act, who gives me life, who loves me and without which I could not live or find the one who really loves me. That is why he wants me to be attentive to receive this act of life of his will, so as not to prevent it, to do what he wants to do, and let me stand in his way. For the will of God and love rival each other, one cannot be without the other. I found myself under this act of Fiat when my beloved Jesus, with indescribable goodness, hugged me against his divine heart and said to me tenderly, "My blessed daughter, my will is everything to the creature, and without it you would not even have life. You must know that every creature possesses from the beginning of its existence an act willed and decided by my will. My will carries within itself an act of intense love for the one who begins to live. You see, therefore, how the creation of the creature begins under the law of an act of love and divine will, willed with all the fullness of knowledge. So much so that these two acts, love and divine will, are provided of all graces, power, wisdom, holiness and beauty, with whom the creature will live and fulfill its life. My will having formed its first act, it does not separate from the creature. She creates it, forms it, elevates it, develops its act in order to reconfirm it in its intended act. So that my will and love run in every human act and form the life, support, defense, and refuge of the creature, and surrounding it with their power. They feed her with her life. My love kisses her and holds her pressed against her breast. My will surrounds him on all sides in order to maintain the desired act that my Fiat has pronounced to bring him to existence. This act wanted by our Fiat is the largest and most powerful, and the one who most glorifies our divine being. An act that even heaven cannot contain or understand. It seems to you little that our will runs in every act of the creature and does not say with words, but with facts, "I am yours, at your disposal." Oh! Recognize me. I am life, your act. If you recognize me, you will give me your little return of love, no matter how small. I want it. I claim it. To reassure me in my continual work and in the life I put in you. And my love, so as not to stay behind my Fiat, feels the irresistible need to run and love each of the creature's acts and to say in each of them, "I love you and you love me." Moreover, if the creature comes to recognize this intended act of my Fiat, he then makes of her incredible wonders of holiness and beauty that will form the most magnificent ornaments of the heavenly fatherland, and the most resplendent lives in the likeness of their Creator. Because our will does not know how to make beings who do not look like us, the first thing our Fiat creates is our resemblance. Because he wants to find himself in the act that develops in the creature. Otherwise he might say, "You don't look like us, and therefore you don't belong to me." If he is not recognized and loved, then he forms a suffering for my will. Even if she runs in every act of the creature who would not have life without her. In his pain, my will feels his divine life rejected. The holiness she wants to develop repelled and feels locked in her desired act. The seas of graces of which she would like to flood the creature, and the beauty she should cover it with. Therefore, my will can say, "There is no pain comparable to my pain." Because there is no good that I did not want to give him. There is no act where I had not put mine. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive. Think that in each of your actions there is a divine will that forms it and gives it life, because it loves you. My will wants you to know the life she gives you, and this in confirmation of her acts in you. Therefore, choose rather to die rather than prevent this intended act of my will from the beginning of your existence. How beautiful it is to be able to say, "I am the will of God. For he did all things in me. He created me. He trained me. He will take me in his arms of light to the celestial region sea as a victory and triumph of his omnipotent Fiat and his love." After which my mind continued to swim in the sea of the Fiat. Oh! How beautiful it was to see him so attentive to invest my breath and my love with his divine breath and his divine heart to form on my little love his sea of love, so delighted that he eagerly awaited my little human acts in order to form his divine work. And my beloved Jesus was celebrating the triumph of Fiat's work in my little soul. All goodness, he said to me. Daughter of my will. How happy I am to see that my divine will acts in the act of the creature. This act is small. Thus my will takes pleasure in losing him in his great act. Who has no limits, and to exclaim triumphantly, I won. Victory is mine. With every act of my will in it, I celebrate. You must know that the gratification of our Supreme Being is so great. Seeing the small lost human act, identified with our act, as if it had lost its life in order to give life to ours. That we elevate this act. That we call it our act in the height of our eternal act. Eternity surrounds this act, and everything that has been done and will be done around it will be identified with this act. So that all eternity belongs to this act. This act lives in the womb of Jehovah. It forms one more feast for our Supreme Being. Therefore one more feast for the whole sky and help, strength and defense for the whole earth. The creature that makes our will lets her live in her. This is the unique satisfaction we know. This is the true exchange we receive for having made creation. It is the rivalry of love between the Creator and the creature. It's our set in motion. To give new surprises of graces, and for the creature to receive them. Therefore, if the creature runs in our Fiat in order to give him the free field to act, in the enthusiasm of our love, we say, the creature pays us back for everything we have done. After all, haven't we done all things and the creature itself so that it can do our will in all things? That is what it does, and that is enough for us. Even if she doesn't do anything else. If this is enough for us, all the more so it should also be enough for her to live always in our will. Thus, it is ours and we are hers. It seems to you little to be able to say, God is mine, everything mine, and he cannot escape me because his omnipotent Fiat keeps him bound in me. I am under the eternal waves of the Fiat, and my poor mind always runs and runs to be covered with these waves that run themselves to cover me. This game forms between us the most beautiful rest. But as I ran, my greatest good Jesus held me back, and he said to me, my daughter, how beautiful is the race of my Fiat with the daughter of my divine will. The two intertwine, and in all the things created where my will runs we can see the little thread of the human will that weaves with my Fiat. And it seems that my Fiat is not satisfied if it does not see this thread of human will in the sky, in the sun, and in all things. It is like a competition between the divine will who wants to invest the human will and the human will who wants to be clothed by the divine will. I say with surprise, but how can the human will that is so small be extended to everything, and with the Fiat embracing the immensity of all creation? My sweet Jesus added, my daughter, don't be surprised. As everything was created for the creature, it was right and proper that the human soul and will could invest and embrace all things, dominating everything and possessing wonders greater than creation itself. Especially since united with my will, what can the creature not achieve? She cannot embrace our immensity because it is not given to anyone. But we gave him the right to go everywhere, in all that has been done for her. To hug everything? To appropriate our works, as long as it is in our Fiat. My Fiat would see its design shattered and could not bear not to find the human will in its works. He wants to live with the creature, to recognize his works in his own. They remind him how much he loved her and how much he wants to be loved. Therefore, my will is very attentive. She is like a spy who observes the creature to see if she is about to do a small act, an act of love, a breath, a heartbeat, so that she can invest her with the power of her breath and tell her, I have done my works for you and you must work for me. Therefore what you are doing is mine's. It is my right, just as my works are your right. These are the laws of life in my will, yours and mine cease on both sides, they form only one act and they possess the same goods. But that's not all. Because for the one who lives in our Fiat, this thread of the human will runs. In my conception, in my birth. In my crying as children and in my sufferings. Listen to a very tender thing. When this thread of human will is woven with mine to put on all the acts and sufferings of your Jesus, I feel the joy and the reason to be conceived and to be born. I am glad I cried out of love for him, and my tears no longer run over my face, seeing that the human will imbues them with his love, kisses them, adores them, and loves them. Oh, how happy and victorious I am to feel that my tears and my sufferings have conquered the human will. I feel his flow in all my actions and even in my death itself. There is nothing we have not done out of love for him. So there is nothing where my will does not call this human will. To be more sure, she weaves her works with her own. There is no question of leaving it behind. With an enthusiasm of indescribable love she said to him, "My will is yours, my works are yours, recognize them, love them. Don't stop. Course. Don't let anything escape you. By not recognizing them, you risk losing your rights to what you don't know and don't own. You would hurt me if in my will I couldn't find yours woven into my works. I would feel deprived of my purpose, betrayed in love, like a father whose children his children do not live, nor in his house, nor in its properties, nor in his works. Remain distant and lead a poor and unworthy life of such a father. Therefore, the anxieties, the sighs, the greed of my Fiat are incessant. He would stir heaven and earth. He would spare himself nothing so that the creature could live in harmony with him and own his own possessions. Moreover, all that we have done in creation as in redemption. Everything is in action to give oneself to man. They are above his head, but suspended without being able to give himself because he does not know them, does not call them and does not love them in order to take them in his soul and receive such a good. In the one who possesses our will, all the life I have spent on earth finds refuge, space, the place to continue my life, my works. The soul puts into practice and converts in its nature my works and my life. So this creature is the refuge. Our holiness. Of our love and of the life of our will. When our love is no longer able to contain itself and wants to give itself to excess, we find refuge in her to pour out our love. We pour out such charisms of graces that the stunned and trembling heavens worship the work of our divine will in the creature. I am in the power of the Supreme Fiat, who always wants to give me of what is his, in order to always keep me busy, and so that we always have something to do together through my poor soul. If he perceives some emptiness that is not his will, with admirable and inimitable activity, he sees what I lack of all the acts he has performed out of love for creatures. And all happy he seals it in my soul by giving me a little lesson. I was surprised, and my always kind Jesus, visiting his little girl, said to me, "Brave girl, don't be surprised. The love of my will is exuberant, but with the highest wisdom. For he wants to do for those who live in his will works worthy of him. Little repeaters of his life, of his love, and hide in them the holiness and multiplicity of his works. He wants to continue his creative work. He wants to form, repeat and extend all creation, even more, in the creature that lives in his will. Listen to how far his love goes. My Fiat created creation, and to each thing created it assigns a value, a love, a distinct function in order to produce a distinct good for the creatures. So much so that heaven has a function and a love that belongs to it in its own right. The sun, the wind, the sea have another. They perform separate functions. And so on for all the things created. Now listen to what my will does for the creature who lives in her. Everything she does belongs to her. It encloses in an act the value, love, and function of heaven, and it gives the creature the love and value of heaven. In another act, my will pronounces her Fiat, and she places in it the value and love she had in creating the sun, and she makes it fulfill the function of the sun. In another, my will places the value of the wind, its dominant love. Pronouncing his Fiat makes him perform the function of the wind. In yet another, my will places the value of the sea. Pronouncing his Fiat, He makes him perform the function of the sea and gives him the virtue of always whispering, love, love, love. In short, there is not an act of the creature where my will does not take pleasure. To pronounce his Fiat end. To place here the value of the air, there the sweet song of the birds, here the bleating of the lambs, here the beauty of the flower. And if the acts of the creature fail to extend the work of creation, my will is used. The heartbeat, the breath, the speed of the blood that circulates in his veins. She animates all things from her Fiat and forms the whole creation. And after completing all that she did in creation out of love for creatures, my will expands her empire. With its creative force L. Keeps all things. Maintains the order of the new creation that it has formed in the acts of the creature. She then feels loved and glorified. For she does not find creation without reason, without will and without life. But she finds there the strength of a reason, a will and a life that has voluntarily suffered the power of its Fiat and its actions, its creative virtue, its divine life, its tireless love. In a word, the creature let her do with her what she wanted with her breath and her actions. My blessed daughter, continue to listen to me. Let me pour out my love. I can no longer contain it. I want to tell you how far it can go and everything he can do for the one who lives in my Fiat. Do you believe that my will has been satisfied? That she said that is enough for him. After placing the value, love, and different functions of all creation in the creature that lives in harmony with it, in one and only will? No. You need to know that I have come to earth and that in the warmth of my love, I offered my life, my sufferings, and my very death, in order to redeem for the creatures my divine will that they had so much ingratitude rejected and lost. And my life was the price to pay for its redemption in order to return possession to my children. It was therefore necessary a God capable of possessing sufficient value to buy a divine will. You see, therefore, that it is certain that the kingdom of my will come, since its redemption was made by me. And after having formed the order of creation with all the sumptuousness and sublimity of its creative work, when the creature repeats its acts, my will pronounces in that act its Fiat to form my life and place its value, in this other, she pronounces her Fiat to place her sufferings and the value of my sufferings. My will pronounces his Fiat and tears to place the value of mine. Following my Fiat in her works, in her steps, in her heartbeat, she encloses in it the value of my works, my steps, and my love. There are no prayers or even natural acts where my Fiat does not place the value of my acts. With the one who lives in my will, I feel my life repeating. Its value doubles to buy my divine will for the good of human generations. It can be said that there is a competition between me and her for the one who wants to give the most so that my will can be possessed again by the human family. But that's not all. My Fiat is not satisfied if his works are not finished. To the value of creation and redemption that he has placed in the soul, he adds in it with incredible love the heavenly homeland. He makes his glory, his joys, the eternal beatitudes resonate as a seal and confirmation of the creative and redemptive work that he has formed in it. After which, being more certain, he creates in this soul his heartbeat, his breath. He circulates better than blood his life, his light. Triumphant, he gives it a new name, he calls it my Fiat. This name is the most beautiful name, which will make all heaven smile and shake all hell. This name that I cannot give. That to the one who lives in my will and who let me do with her what I want. My daughter, is there anything my Fiat omnipotent can't do and give? He goes so far as to give his rights over his own power, over his love, over his justice. And he incorporates into himself the will of the creature and says to him, be attentive. I don't want anything else from you to do what I do. Therefore, it is necessary that you always be with me, and I with you. I felt all immersed in the divine will. It seemed to me that heaven and earth were praying for his kingdom to come to earth so that the will of all would be one and reign over earth as well as heaven. The Queen of Heaven joins this prayer with fiery sighs. With the angels, the saints, with all the creation and the divine will itself that it possesses, so that the Fiat descends into the hearts to form its life. I was thinking this when my kind Jesus, in a deep sigh of love and with a heart beating so hard that it could burst, said to me, "Daughter of my will, listen to me. I am almost overwhelmed by my love, I can no longer contain it. At any cost, even if I were to upset heaven and earth, I want my will to come and reign over the earth." My Heavenly Mother united with me without ever ceasing to repeat me, "My son, do it soon. Don't wait any longer. Use your love ploys, act as the mighty God that you are. Make your will invest the whole world. And with his power and majesty, united with a love that no one can resist, take possession of the world and reigns over earth as well as heaven." She tells me this with burning sighs, a burning heart, and with the ploys of a mother's love that I cannot resist. She adds, "My son, son of my heart, you have made me queen and mother. But where are my people and my children? If I were capable of sadness, I would be the most unhappy of queens and mothers because I possess my kingdom without having my people. Who lives with the same will as his queen? If I don't have my children, to whom may I entrust the great inheritance of their mother, and where will I find the joy, the happiness of my motherhood? Therefore, make the divine Fiat reign and your mother will then be happy. She will have her people and her children who will live with her, with the same will as their mother. Do you believe that I can remain indifferent to this discourse of my mother that she continually makes resonate in my ears and that gently invests my heart like arrows and wounds of love continually? I can't and I don't want to. Especially since she has never refused me anything and I would not have the strength to resist her. My divine heart urges me to satisfy her. Join us and pray that my will be known and come to reign on earth. To confirm you greatly in this prayer I want to make you hear my sweet mother." I then felt that she was very close. She hid me under her azure coat to lift me up to her mother's womb. She tells me with a love that I do not know how to describe, "Daughter of my motherly heart, the kingdom of the divine will be my kingdom." The sacrosanct Trinity entrusted it to me as she entrusted me with the eternal Word when he descended from heaven to earth. She entrusted me with her kingdom and my kingdom. Therefore my sighs are ardent, my prayers incessant. I keep assailing the most holy Trinity with my love, with the rights of queen and mother that she gave me, so that what she entrusted to me come to light, forms his life. And may my kingdom triumph over the face of the earth. You must know that my desire is so great that it burns me, I feel like I have no glory, while I have so many that heaven and earth are filled with it. If I do not see the kingdom of the divine will fully formed among my children, for each of these children who will live in him will give me so much glory that he will redouble the glory I possess. That is why, seeing myself deprived, I have the feeling of not receiving the glory of a queen and love of a mother from my children. My heart never ceases to call and repeat, my children, come to your mother, and love me as a mother since I love you as my children. If you do not live with the will in which I have lived, you cannot give me the love of real children and you cannot know how far my love for you goes. You need to know that my love is so great and my impatience so ardent to see this kingdom exist on earth, that I come down from heaven and travel the souls to see those who remain most willing to live from the divine will. I am for these souls like a spy. When I see them well disposed, I enter into their hearts and I form my life in them. I prepare them in honor of this Fiat that will come to take possession of it and will form his life in them. I will therefore be inseparable from it. I will put my life, my love, my virtues, my sufferings at their disposal, like an unsurpassable wall of courage, so that they may find in their mother what it takes to live in such a holy kingdom. So what? My party will be complete. My love will rest in my children. My motherhood will find the one who loves me as a child, I will give surprising graces and I will celebrate all heaven and earth. I will act as queen and dispense unheard of graces. Therefore, my daughter, you will remain united with your mother, to pray and implore with me the kingdom of the divine will. My poor little soul feels surrounded by the divine will, inside and out, on the right as on the left. It flows within me, and even under my feet. Everywhere she runs to tell me, it's me who forms your life, which warms you with my warmth, which forms your movement, your breathing. Recognize that your life is animated by me, and I will do things worthy of me in you. My mind was lost in the Fiat when my sweet Jesus made his brief visit to me, as if he felt the need to love me and talk about his volant.il told me. My little daughter of my will, my repressed love feels the need to pour out, otherwise he makes me delirious and suffocate in my own flames. My speech is therefore an outpouring of love, a relief for my heart. To recover, I look for someone who wants to listen to me. You see how far my love and the great prodigy of active life can go. Of my will in the creature. One more act performed by the creature in my will is one more harmony that it creates between heaven and earth. It is a new celestial music that it forms for its creator, a music all the more pleasant as it comes to us from the earth. For the things of heaven are ours. No one can say in the heavenly homeland that someone is giving us something, since it is we who give, who make happy and who beat. But the soul that is on earth can say, I give to my Creator. And we are delighted, and we will give our will again, which acts in it and forms for us another new and beautiful music. How beautiful it is to feel our heaven on earth, to hear a new celestial music that comes from this traveler. The whole sky is celebrating, and we feel that the earth is ours. And we love it even more. Every more act the creature does in my divine will takes heaven and earth. Because all, angels and saints, run in this act with creation itself, to occupy their place of honor in the act of my will. No one wants to stay out of the act of my divine Fiat. There is a real centralization of all things and all things. My will could do no less than involve all those in whom she reigns. When my will works, it wants to enclose everything and give everything. Because she does not know how to do incomplete acts, but only complete acts with the fullness of all goods. But who will be able to tell you, my daughter, what happens in this outburst of heaven and earth when my will acts in the creature? When everyone wants to take part in this act, it happens. Wonders. Incredible wonders. Scenes so moving. May heaven be astonished and remain ecstatic before the power of my will. And where? In the small circle of the creature. And all of them are eager to be swept away again in the acting of my will in the creature. Oh! How eagerly they await him. They feel embellished and feel the wonderful happiness of the conquering act of my will in the creature, which they can no longer have in heaven. Because there is no more for them conquests to be made, nor anything to acquire in the sky. What they did on earth has ended, and it is over. But that's not all yet. For to do one more act in my will, it is to incorporate God into the creature and the creature into God. Install one in the other. And the life of one flows into the life of the other almost like blood in the veins. It is the fusion of the human heartbeat into the beating of the eternal heart. The creature feels in him as a life, love, holiness, the life of his Creator. And the Lord feels flowing within himself the little love of the creature which, by living in him, forms a love and a will one. Every breath, every heartbeat, and every movement is wounds, arrows, stingers of love that the creature sends to the one who created it. And, oh! The whole sky remains stunned when it looks at God and finds the creature fused in it, who loves him with his love. They look at the creature on earth and find their Creator who has his throne in the creature and lives with it. These are the great excesses of our love for the one we love so much. When we find the creature that lends itself to us and refuses us nothing, we do not look at its smallness, but rather at what we know and can do. We can do anything, and by flaunting our love and all our divine being, we invest the creature and let ourselves be invested. We do great things worthy of us, but with such magnanimity that everyone remains surprised and stunned. Suffice it to tell you that with every more act the creature does in my will, as if we needed the creature, we give so much that we increase the great bonds of union and love between us. We're getting there. To give her new rights over our divine being, and to us over her. Our Fiat's act on the creature is so great that there are not enough centuries to tell what is going on. Neither angels nor saints can say all the good it contains. Only your Jesus can say all the good that is formed in this act, because it is I who am the actor. I know how to say what I do, and the great value I place in you. Therefore, be careful. You cannot give me greater satisfaction and love than by lending me your little acts, your little love. So that I may bring down in them my will in order to let it work. Her love is so great that she feels the need to have her field of action in the small acts of the creature. I continued to swim in the immense sea of the divine will, and I thought to myself, but how can the creature form this life of the Fiat in itself? I feel so tiny that it seems impossible. Maybe living in him is easier. Because I find so much space that I don't see the limits. But as for putting the Fiat in me, it seems to me that there is no space to do that. And my always kind Jesus, with his usual goodness, said to me, "My daughter, you must know that our power is so great, that we take pleasure in forming our lives in the smallness of the creature as long as it is not cluttered by other things that do not belong to us. It is often out of sheer nothingness that we accomplish the greatest things. It is our will that this life of our will can be formed and possessed in his soul. Thus, all that we have created and that exists in heaven and on earth receives from us the mandate that all must help and serve the creature, and serve as means to train to grow this life in her. So that the first one that lends itself to communicate and to make people feel the power and love of our will is all creation. It has received from us the virtue that then it nourishes, helps, and sustains natural life. It thus penetrates inside the soul through human acts. These penetrate into the soul and perform a dual function. If these acts find the little life of my will, that very will that is found in created things, creation embraces this will that she finds in the creature. It shapes it. It expands its capacity. Finding her little paradise, she rests and administers the help and means contained in this created thing, to ensure that nothing is missing, to grow and maintain the life of my will in the creature. That's why heaven is always lying above his head to watch over the creature so that nothing can enter that is not the will of God. The sun comes closer and manifests its love by making its warmth felt. It fills its eye with light to guide its hands and steps. Penetrating into the soul, he fills it with the love, light, and fruitfulness of which my will is filled. He leaves her the deposit of her warmth and light, so that she cannot live without the love and light that belong to my will. And this sun continues its course and forms the magnificent blooms, the variety of colors and everything else for the love of the creature that possesses my will. It can be said that every time the sun puts on the creature, it is my will that visits it in order to see if she needs something, if he lacks nothing to make his life grow in her. What have I not already done, and what would I not do to form this life of my Fiat in the creature? That is why the air that serves to give the breath of the body also serves to give the breath of my will to the soul. The wind that serves to purify the air of nature, serves to give caresses, kisses, the law of my will to my life that it possesses. There is no created thing, having in it my will, which does not run into the interior of the soul to help it, defend it, and make it grow as I want. But that's not all. My will in creating things must be veiled in order to form this life in them. But how many creatures do not receive it, and my will remains in its veils, repressed, and unable to give the goods it possesses? There is a second, more splendid way. It is all the love that burns in us, our desire. That the creature possesses the life of our will. That every act, thought, word, heartbeat, work and movement of the creature be a divine emanation of what we do. Our divine being runs in each of his acts to give him of what is ours. We surround it, we vivify it to make it reborn in our will. We can say that we put ourselves at his disposal to form this life. But do you know the reason for our interest? It is that we want our will to form the wonderful generation of the divine will in the will of the creature. We will thus have so many lives that love us, that glorify us. How beautiful creation will be! Everything will be ours. We will find everywhere our throne and our thrilling life. But there is still a third way. The circumstances of life, the occasions, the order of my providence around each creature, the mortifications, the sorrows, are all means to grow and develop in an admirable way this life of my will in creatures. That is why there is nothing in which my will does not prepare its first act of life to be given to creatures. Oh! If all creatures could be attentive! They would feel so happy and safe in the reign of such a holy will who loves them so much that he comes to the excess of wanting to form his life in the poor creature. The divine will never leaves me. He seems to want to confirm me more and more and make me desire to live in him. Not only to me, but to all those who will want to live, he means new things. This means one more act accomplished in his most holy will. My sweet Jesus, who is the spokesman of such a holy will, visited my little soul. He said to me, "My blessed daughter, I still want to tell you all the good that contains one more act of the creature in my will. My will is life and does nothing but generate this life. Every more act that the creature performs in her contains the generating act that my will possesses. By doing this act, the creature lends the veil where to form and hide this divine birth. When the act is done, my will travels the whole world to find willing souls where it can deposit his generated birth, and train a child of the kingdom of his Fiat. You see, therefore, that each act forms one more child in my kingdom, so that more acts are performed in my will. More the kingdom of my will is populated. My daughter, this is a delirium of our Supreme Being to want the creature to live in our will. We will use all the tricks of love to achieve this goal. How beautiful it is to see that the first children of our Fiat will use their deeds to form the new generation of life of our will in the creature. Our love is so great that we take advantage of their actions to give this great good that contains heaven and earth." After saying this, my sweet Jesus made me see that he kept in his divine heart all the acts performed in his will, including those of the Heavenly Mother, who were numerous. And within every act generated was the overflowing life of the divine will. He looked to all generations, where he found souls better disposed. He was approaching. He spoke to them in their ears. He blew on them as if he wanted to make a new creation. Then as for a feast, he then disposed with the act, the life of his will. He did not want to separate the act of life from his will. For being the first act in which he had generated his life, he did not want to detach himself from it, and he wanted to serve as the guardian of this life. Seeing this, I remained amazed and worried. I thought to myself, is all this possible? It seems to me that this is incredible. My sweet Jesus repeated his speech. Girl, why should you be surprised? Can't my will do what it wants? It is enough that she wants it and everything is done. And that's what the sun does, which can be called the shadow of my Fiat. When he finds the flowers and plants he touches with his light, it generates the color, the perfume. He grows the plant and it generates the sweetness of the fruits and a great diversity of colors and flavors. For all the flowers and fruits that it touches with its light and warms with its warmth. But if the sun finds no flowers or fruits to clothe in its light and warmth, he gives nothing. He retains in himself all the property he owns. Such is my will, which better than the sun, when she finds the creature who wants her and calls her in her actions, descends into the depths of the human act, invests it, warms it, transforms it. As it possesses life, my will generates life and then forms a divine prodigy. And like the sun, if my will do not find the one who wants to live in my will to form her deeds, all the divine lives that I could give dwell in my will and wait with infinite patience for that who will let me generate my life in his actions. My will is a tender mother, who possesses in herself the long generation of her lives who want to come out into the light, to form the long generation of his children who should form his kingdom. Therefore, my will seeks the creature who will lend him his deeds. But do you know why she will seek the deeds of the creature? Having to descend into the depths of human acts to form his life. My will wants to use these acts to give this life to creatures. Especially since this life cannot be formed outside of people, but always in them. Otherwise he would miss him. The necessary things. The vital moods to form a life. That is why my will cannot form his life. From the sky. Nor outside the creature. But she must descend into the creatures. And the human will. Must give way to the divine will. Must participate with her. Because we don't want to force things. And when we found this creature, who can tell you what we do then? The graces we pour out. The good we wish him. It is not then a question of works, but of lives to be formed. That is why we do not spare ourselves anything. Only in heaven will the creature know all that we have done. Therefore, be attentive and always remain in the reign of my will. Who will put on all your acts to animate them with his life. And so you will give me as many children as you will perform. I was doing my round in the divine Fiat. In order to follow up as much as possible. His divine acts. Creation and all the holy acts of creatures. Without excluding those of my heavenly mother. Nor those of my dear Jesus. But what is extraordinary is that I traced them by making them my own. The divine will gave them to me as if I had a right over all things offered to my Creator, as the most wonderful tribute, the most intense love, the deepest adoration to the one who had created me. I felt invested of the sun, of the sky with all the stars, of the wind and of all things. Everything was mine because everything was divine will. I was in awe, and my sweet Jesus, repeating in me his brief visit, said to me, "My blessed daughter, why do you marvel at it? You must know that everything that is holy and good belongs to my Fiat, and he wants to give everything to the one who lives with him. There is an exchange on both sides. And the creature does not want to keep anything for itself. She wants to give everything, and my will wants to give him everything, even himself. Especially since creation, redemption, the Queen of Heaven, all good and holy acts are nothing but the breath of God. He blew and said Fiat. And he made all the creation. He breathed and called the Blessed Virgin Mary to life. He blew and brought the eternal Word down to earth. He breathed and gave life to the good works of all creatures. The creature who lives in me does nothing but retrace all his works in order to find his divine breath. To bring them to God as fruits. The breath and power of its Creator. How glorified and loved he feels. By finding in the works offered to him by the creature. His breath. His life itself. Whenever the creature rotates in his works. He feels that he is given back his life, his glory, his love. Oh! As he awaits these gifts. For he feels that he is being given back what he has given. He feels loved again in his works. He feels his love and power recognized. His divine satisfaction is so great that he pours torrents of love and graces on the one who knew his works and his love. That is why, my daughter, when the creature lives with my will, she gives him with unparalleled love of all that she possesses. She makes her master of all things. Because if something doesn't belong to us, we don't have the right to give it to others. Therefore, my will giving her all things makes her capable to give to his Creator and to receive his redoubled exchange. But this gift can only be made when the creature recognizes our works, appreciates them and loves them. Love gives the right to the creature to make his own the things that belong to my eternal will. If my will did not give the creature all that belongs to him, he would feel hindered in his love, separated in his works. Because he could not say, "What is mine is yours, and what I do, you do." My will would not tolerate it. She would say, living together, forming life and not being able to give it everything, this is impossible for my love. It would be like I couldn't confide in her. No, no, I want to give everything to the one who lives in my will. You must know that the love of my Fiat is so great for the one who lives in him that if the creature, not because of his will, but by weakness and impotence, does not follow all the acts of my will, or if because of suffering or other things his life does not flow in my will, his love is so great that my will does what the creature should do. She compensates for everything, recalls her attitude, her order, her love, so that the soul shakes itself and resumes its life with my will. This is so that human life is neither divided nor separated from my will. If she didn't, the divine emptiness would remain there. But his love does not tolerate it, and my will acts as a provider of what the creature lacks. Because she wants the divine life never to be missed, but to be continual in the creature. Can we have a greater love? He comes to say, courage, do not fear, come and live in me with confidence. If you don't always have to sink into my Fiat, I will have pity on you and I will take your share of work. What you will not be able to do, I will do for you in all things. The kingdom of my will is a kingdom of love, trust and agreement between the two parties. My flight into the divine will continues. It seems to me that he does nothing but pour out love on the creatures that, seeing oneself loved so intensely, cannot contain such a great love and feel the need to love the one who loves them so much. It can be said that divine love is so great that he shakes and stirs in an irresistible way to make himself loved. The arrows of love that he sends to hurt the creatures serve them to hurt in turn the one who hurt them. I was in this abyss of love when my dear Jesus, the sweetness of my life, surprised me. He said to me, "Daughter of my will, you must know that our love is so great that if in the happiness of our divine being worry could enter, what cannot be, it would make the divine being the most unhappy and worried of beings. Since we love with an infinite and incessant love, that we can drown all things and all beings in our love, we feel the need to be loved in return. But, alas, we wait in vain and our groans of love turn to delirium. Our love instead of stopping runs even faster. And do you know where our love is going to find relief and rest a little before immediately resuming its flight to pour out its incessant love? It goes into the souls that live in my will. Because they are already drowned in my love, they hear my moans, my need to be loved in return. They immediately return my love to me. Just as we feel the need to be loved in return, they feel the necessity, the need to be loved by the one who loves them so much. My daughter, our will circulates like blood in all the hearts of creatures. In all creation, there is no place where he is not located. Its center and extensible through everything. With his power and creative love, as if by a simple breath, he preserves and gives life to all things and creatures. And in everything he develops his life of love. Why does he create? Because he loves. Why does he preserve and circulate in every creature? Because he loves. The creature that lives in our will, we want to feel that it loves us in all hearts. How beautiful is the love note of the creature in every heart. And if these creatures don't like us, there's one that loves us. In the sky, in the sun, in the wind, in the sea, in all things we want his note of love. Our will carries her everywhere, and as he lives in her, the first gift he gives them is love. But he gives in order to receive the exchange of love from all creatures and all things. The delirium of love of our divine Fiat is so great that it carries this note of love from the creature into the Empiria. And he said to all the blessed, "Listen how beautiful is the note of love that lives on earth in my will." He makes this loving note resonate in the saints, in the angels, in the Virgin, in the sacrosanct Trinity, so that all feel the double glory and celebrate the divine will at work in the creature. And together they celebrate the creature who let the divine will work so that it could be on earth and celebrated in heaven. The divine will would not tolerate that the one who lives in her could not give her the exchange of love of all things and all creatures. My divine Fiat finds in the creature everything he wants. He finds his life and his own. He finds the glory due to him. He finds the appreciation, the esteem due to him. He finds a filial trust that allows him to give him everything. So much so that love is the generator of all divine goods. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive and love in my will. You will then find all love to love everyone and the love of the one who loves you so much. After that, as for the miserable circumstances of my life, there is no need to put them on paper. It is better that they be known in heaven. I felt oppressed, bored, and almost troubled, without the usual peace and my complete abandonment in the divine Fiat. My sweet Jesus surprised me and said to me, "My daughter, what are you doing? Don't you know that the soul without the fullness of my will and the total surrender in it is like land without water, unable to produce a single blade of grass? She dies of thirst without being able to do the smallest good, and no one can quench her thirst. Without the sun of my Fiat, she will die in the darkness that will darken her eyes. She will not see the good she has to do, and it will not have the heat to ripen the property itself. Without my will, she will feel without divine life. And the body without the soul becomes rot and buried. Without the life of my will, passions cause the creature to rot and they bury him in sins. In addition to this, oppression and unrest prevent the flight into my will. The soul loses its velocity and cannot keep up with all its. As she has not followed all our works, I cannot take her to rest in the bosom of our divinity. Consequently, be attentive. Put in the hands of your Jesus the oppressions, the troubles that disturb you. I will put them in the light and heat of my Fiat so that they are burned. You will feel free. You will more easily follow the flight in my will. I don't want you to be worried, and I'll think of everything. My daughter, be at peace. Otherwise the life of my will cannot develop and grow as I want. It will be a great sadness for me. I will not be free to breathe, to throb. And I will feel prevented from continuing my life in you. My flight in the divine Fiat continues. I feel in him that everything belongs to me and that I must know and love what is mine, and that he has given me with so much love. I turned in the works of the divine will. Then my dear Jesus, sweetness of my life, made his little visit to me again. All goodness, he said to me. My little daughter of my will. How true it is that to love one must possess what one loves. It is almost impossible not to love what is ours. That's why I love creatures so much. I keep them, I give them life because they are my works. I created them, I brought them into the world, they are mine. I am the beating of their hearts, their breath, the life of their lives. I can only love them. If I didn't love them, my love would continually reproach me. He would say to me, "Why did you create them if you were not to love them? It is a right to love what belongs to us." My justice would condemn me, all my attributes would make war on me. And to be loved by creatures, I say to them, "I am your God, your Creator, your Heavenly Father. I am all yours." That is why I also say to the one who wants to live in my will, everything is yours. The sky, the sun, all creation is yours. My life is yours. My suffering and my breath belong to you. That is why you feel like me the need to love what is yours. What your Jesus has given you. You must know that creation, my humanity, are the fields in which the soul develops its actions and lives in my divine will. As she has received possession of it, she feels the need to circulate, like the blood in her veins, in the works of her Creator. She wants to know the value and the good they do, the function they occupy, in order to love them even more, to appreciate them and to feel happier, richer from the many goods she owns. That is why it is now approaching the sun in order to know the secrets of its light, the rainbow of its colors, the virtue of its warmth, the continual miracle that it develops on the surface of the earth where, by the simple touch of its light, it revives, colors, softens and transforms. Oh! How much she loves the sun because it is hers, and she loves all the more the one who created it. And so it is for all the other things created. She wants to know the secret virtue they contain in order to love them better, to be more grateful for them, and to better love the one who gave her possession of them. It is no wonder that the one who lives in my divine Fiat is called the heiress of all creation. From the field of creation, it passes to the field of my humanity, but how can I tell you, my daughter, the wonders that occur in this living field? These are not only works as in creation, but a human and divine life. The creature puts itself in my place and I cannot refuse it because I am one of them. They have a right over me and I am happy that they own me because then they will love me even more. In this field, the creatures repeat my life. They love with my love and their acts fused with mine form in my humanity suns, heavens and stars, oh! How much more beautiful than those of creation! How much I feel loved and glorified! Because these suns, heavens and stars are not dumb like those of creation. They are suns that speak with the fullness of reason, and how well they speak of my love. They talk and they love me, they talk and they tell me the stories of souls and the stories of my love, and they force me to put them in safety. They talk and they cover themselves with my sufferings in order to repeat my life. I feel the tears of these souls flowing in my tears, in my words, in my works and in my steps. I feel in them the relief of my suffering, my support, my defense, my refuge. And my love for them is so great that I come to call them my life. Oh! How much I love them! I own them and they own me. Possessing and loving, even to the point of madness, is the same thing. These souls who live in my will are willing to receive all the sufferings of my humanity because it is impossible for me to suffer. For glorious in heaven, my will with its omnipotent breath creates suffering and pain, and form in them my living humanity and all that it lacks. And these souls are the new saviors, who give their lives in order to save the whole world. This is how heaven. I look at the earth and I find so many Jesus who, seized by the same folly of my love, offer their lives at the cost of suffering and death in order to say to me, I am your faithful image. Suffering makes me smile because I lock souls in. How much I love them! I don't feel alone anymore. I am happy and victorious because I have company. Who develops the same life, the same sufferings, and who wants what I want? This is my greatest joy and paradise on earth. You see, therefore, how great and prodigious are the things that my divine will can do, provided that the creature lives in it. My will forms my living humanity and gives me the joy of my heavenly homeland. Therefore, have at heart to always live in my will. Don't think about anything else. For if you do this, I feel my love broken in you. If you knew how much it costs me not to be loved, even for a moment. Because in this moment, I remain alone. You break my happiness. And, in my delirium of love, I repeat. How can this be? I still love her and she doesn't do the same. Therefore, be careful. Because I never want to be alone. I am under the eternal waves of the divine will. If a few thoughts escape me, these waves become stronger and overwhelm my thoughts and fears in a way that immediately gives me peace. I continue my race with the divine Fiat. That is why I am often tormented at the thought of still being able to get out of this divine Fiat. My God, what suffering! I feel like I'm dying just thinking about it. It then seems to me that I will no longer be the sister of created things. I will lose my place among them. They will no longer be mine. What will I then give to my God if I have only pure nothingness left? I felt so bad thinking about this that I was under torture, and my sweet Jesus, taken with compassion at the state in which I was reduced, ran to support me in his arms and, all goodness, he said to me, "My daughter, what are you doing? Cheer up. You torment yourself too much and your Jesus doesn't want to. This suffering is a sign that you do not want to get out of my divine will. And your will is enough for me. It is for me a certain pledge and I hold it against my divine heart as the most precious thing so that no one else touches it but me. I do not take into account the feelings of the creature, which do not exist for me. Often they are used to make her throw herself into my arms so that I free her from his enemies who make him lose his peace. You must know that when the soul has given me its will with a firm decision and a certain knowledge of what it does, without wanting to take it back. It has already found a place in mine and I am the right owner. How can you believe that these rights are easy to give up? In truth, I will use all means, I will put my power itself at stake so that what constitutes my interests is not taken away from me. You must know that the transfer of his will is for the creature the strongest bond that can exist with the Creator, and they become inseparable. We feel his life as if it were ours, for one is the will that drives us. Do you believe that with a simple thought, a feeling, these bonds could be broken, that you could lose our inseparability and that we would abandon what is ours, and this without deciding by repeated acts that the creature wants to do its will? My daughter, you are wrong. Especially since our love for her is so great that immediately after giving us her will, we surround the creature with walls. First of all a wall of light so that if she wanted to get out, the eclipse of the light makes that she no longer knows where to go and she would then come back to hide in the bosom of her Creator. The second wall is all that my humanity has done on earth, my tears, my works, my steps and my words, my sufferings, my wounds and my blood surround with a wall the happy creature in order to prevent it from coming out, because this wall contains the secret, the strength and the life to give life to the one who lives in the divine will. And do you believe that after having obtained the conquest of this will through my sufferings, I would let go of what cost me my blood, my life and my death? Ah! You have not yet fully understood my love. When it comes to mere resignation, it is easy not to do my will because these creatures have not surrendered their rights to me. They hold on to their will and therefore they are sometimes resigned, sometimes impatient, they love sometimes heaven and sometimes earth. But the creature who gave me his will took his place in the divine order. She wants and does what we do. She feels like queen and it is then almost impossible for her to get out of our fiat. Nor would she be suitable to be a servant, a slave, if she were to come out of our will. The third wall is that of all creation, which feels within it the active virtue of the divine will. This wall has in it the life of the divine will and to pay homage to him, the sun with its light, the wind with its empire, in short all the things created feel the creative force, the virtue always new and always active in the creature, and all the things created can only revolve around the creature to enjoy the works of this fiat that animates them. Therefore, there is no, does not even grant a thought. Enjoy the peace of this will that you possess, and your Jesus will think of everything. My poor mind only plunges into the sea of the supreme fiat, and if it is true that I feel in me the sky of the divine will, I often lose Jesus in the immensity of this sky. I can no longer find him and his deprivation is the harshest martyrdom of my poor existence here on earth. I must be reduced to find it in such a miserable state that I feel close to death, and when it comes, sometimes by a ploy of love, sometimes with a surprising truth, I feel my life return to the point of forgetting its past sufferings. Ah! Jesus, how well you do everything! And I thought, why doesn't Jesus bring me to his heavenly regions? Why does he make my life so hard? It seems to me that I see the doors and I only have one jump left to make to enter, but then a powerful force makes me retreat and I return to my poor exile. I was thinking about that. My sweet Jesus, all goodness and compassion, said to me, my blessed daughter, courage. Courage destroys the strongest strongholds. He can defeat the best trained armies. It weakens our power, or rather it appropriates it and conquers what the creature wants. And we, seeing that she has not the slightest doubt about getting what she wants, because doubt diminishes courage, we give her more than she asks. My daughter, courage, trust, and insistence, love in our will, these are the weapons that hurt us, weaken us, and allow the creature to get from us what it wants. I want to tell you the reason why I am holding you back on this earth. You know that our divine will is immense and that the creature lacks the capacity and space to be able to embrace it whole. It is therefore necessary for him to take it in small sips, which you give it when you perform your actions in my will. When I manifest to you a truth about my will, if you pray, if you desire my kingdom to come, if you suffer to obtain it, these are all small sips that increase the capacity and form the space to place the sips of my will. And by doing this, you sometimes lock up one generation, sometimes another, which must possess the kingdom of the divine Fiat. You must know that generations are like a family where everyone is entitled to the inheritance of the Father, whose members form a unique body of which I am the head. And when a member accomplishes and owns a good, the other members acquire the right to do is to own that property. You have not yet locked up all those generations that must possess my will, and that is why they still need the chain of your actions, your insistence, and your sufferings in order to be able to take other sips to form the space, to give them the right to want to possess my kingdom. As soon as you have performed the last necessary act, I will immediately bring you into the heavenly fatherland. My daughter, my divine will encompasses in its immensity all things. There is not a being who does not bathe in her. Therefore, everything that a creature does becomes the right of all, and everyone can repeat this act. At most, some may not want to repeat it and possess it. So, I do not want to acknowledge that she lives in my will and that her life is animated by the divine Fiat. These creatures are the blind who, illuminated by the sun, do not see its light and are as if it were dark. They are like paralyzed. Although they have the use of their limbs to do good, they are content to stand still. They are the mutes who cannot speak, willfully blind, paralyzed and dumb. But for all others, as my will is life and communication, everything one does in my will is life. It is a good and a right for all. Each can repeat this act in order to form the work of divine life in her. The first rites to make the kingdom of my will be possessed by human generations were given to Adam. For in the first epoch of his life, his actions were performed in the divine will. And although he sinned and willingly lost the active life of my will in him and his in us, his actions remained, because what we do in our will never comes out of us. These are our gains, our victories over the human will. They are ours and we never lose what is ours. That is why the creature that enters our will finds Adam's first love, his first acts that give him the right to own our Fiat and repeat the same acts he performed. His actions still speak, his love is still fused into ours, and he loves incessantly with our love. That is why the work in the divine will is eternal and remains available to all creatures, so that it is out of ingratitude that it is not taken to use it and receive life. These rights to possess the life of my will were given by the Queen of Heaven, for she is also part of humanity, but in a greater way and with more sacrifices, because it cost her the life of her own Son God to give possession of the kingdom of our Fiat to human generations. And since it has cost her so much, it is she who prays and implores the most for her children to enter this holy kingdom. And then there was my descent from heaven to earth, where, taking human flesh, every one of my deeds, every suffering, prayer, tear, sigh, work and knot, constituted a right for human generations to possess the kingdom of Fiat. I can say that my humanity is yours. All those who want to enter the kingdom will find in her the door, the rights, and the royal garment to enter it. My humanity is the garment that must cover and decently dress all those who want to possess the kingdom. My love is so great that I call upon other creatures so that with prodigious graces and the sacrifice of their lives, I may make them live in my will, and that they may constitute new rights by paying with their lives in order to give possession of my kingdom to the human family. Therefore, always keep your will in mine, so that your deeds may take flight in the heavenly fatherland. My flight in the Fiat continues, and I feel him coming to meet me at every moment, in everything I touch or do, in the sufferings and joys, in all the created things that he places around me for me to use. He seems to be spying on me to make himself known and tell me, I am here, tell me what you want, you will make me happy if you make me capable of abundance, because I am happy with the happiness of my daughter. My spirit was bathed in the divine sea when my beloved Jesus made his little surprise visit to me, and with a love he could no longer contain, he said to me, My blessed daughter, the excessive love of the divine will is unbelievable. When the creature lives in it, when it has formed the little sea of Fiat in its soul, my will always seeks to enlarge this sea in the circle of the soul. You feel her running with an irresistible love in every act of the soul. If my will sees that it must make use of the word, it runs to meet him, invests the word of his Fiat and increases the divine power in the word of the creature. If she sees that the creature must work, my will runs, takes her hands and invests them with her Fiat by increasing the divine power of her works. If she sees that the soul has the desire to become ever better, she rushes and increases her goodness. There is no thought, heartbeat, or breath that my will does not put on his Fiat, in order to grow his wisdom, his beauty, and the heart of his eternal love. But that's not all. Do you believe that my will can stop its race towards the creature that possesses its will? He actually uses everything he can. If the sun shines on her, he runs to give her more light. As the creature is larger than the sun, it gives it the properties that light contains. It even increases them. He gives it to her. Its divine sweetness, its fecundity, the diversity of its celestial perfumes, the taste of its divine flavors, its supreme qualities as well as its most beautiful varieties of colors. And he does this with the power of his Fiat, so that his beloved creature, more than a sun, may be only light and warmth. If the wind blows on the creature, my will rushes to put on his Fiat. He increases the power of his love, his divine moans, to make her groan with her own sighs and moans for her kingdom to come to earth. He kisses her, caresses her and hugs her to make her feel how much he loves her and how much he wants to be loved in return. If she drinks water, he runs to clothe it with its freshness and heavenly refreshments. If she takes food, he nourishes it with his will so that the divine life may grow in the creature. He reconfirms his presence in her more and more. In short, there is nothing where my will does not run and, oh, what a feast when he sees that the creature receives this sweet encounter and the good that he constantly wants to give him. And if the creature also rushes in all things to the one who runs towards it, my Fiat is then taken by a love such as its endless sea mounts, forms huge waves, and pours into the very small sea to enlarge in a wonderful and prodigious way the capacity and breadth of the small sea of this soul. My daughter, our divinity always and ceaselessly loves, she gives without ever stopping. If this were not the case, there would be a limit to our power and love. But even we are unable to do so because our being is infinite. He runs in search of the one who loves us and wants to be loved in return. That is why the limits do not exist. It is possible that some ungrateful people do not want to recognize us. They are then like the blind who, although the sun does not deny them its light, they do not see it. They do not know it. But they cannot deny that they feel its warmth. But this cannot happen to the one who lives in our will. He himself places her as a sentinel, in the continual expectation of our meetings to run towards us. If our love, in order to make it run more, hides our race while we are still running, oh, how our poor daughter is broken with anguish, to the point that we are soon forced to immediately lift the veil that hides us to tell her, we are here, calm down. Do not be afraid that we will never abandon our daughter, the daughter of our will. And to tranquilize it, we make him feel our love alive and well and we grant him in abundance greater graces. I was thinking of the divine will at work in the creature. My God, so many surprises, moving scenes, wonders and wonders that only a God can accomplish. Human smallness remains stunned and delighted when she sees the immensity of the divine Fiat who, while remaining immense, locks himself in his little act and with his creative power, forms his act there, with a chain of incredible divine wonders. So much and so good. Let the heavens remain stunned, and let the earth tremble before the act of the divine will in action in the creature. My mind was lost in these surprises when my great good Jesus, repeating his brief visit, all goodness, said to me, my little daughter of the supreme Fiat, our love is so great that as soon as the creature calls our will in its act, it runs and descends into the creature's act. Calling our will is nothing but preparing the small place where he should work. To call him is to say that we love him and that we feel the need for the action of my will so that the creature no longer works alone, but becomes the stepping stone and admirer of such a holy will. He then goes down and brings with him its creative virtue, his heavenly joys and beatitudes. the sacrosanct Trinity itself as a spectator and actress of his work. And in the small space of the creature, my will pronounces his fiat, forms wonders and wonders that surpass the sky and the sun, surpass all the beauty of creation. He creates his divine music, the most dazzling suns. He creates his active life, his new joys. So much so that the angels and saints would like to leave the celestial regions to enjoy the action of their Creator Fiat. The beauty, the sumptuousness, the life-giving virtue of this divine act are so great that my divine will takes them into heaven, as a conquest and triumph of the soul where he worked, in order to offer new joys and beatitudes to the heavenly court. The joy and glory they receive from it is so great that they only thank my divine will, who with so much love worked in the creature. For there is no greater glory or joy than this work and this conquest of my will in the creature. Surprised to hear this, I said to him, my love, if this act is transported to heaven, the poor creature remains with nothing and deprived of this act. Jesus added, no, no, my daughter, the act is always that of the creature. No one can take it away from him. If he rejoices the heavenly fatherland, he remains as a base, foundation, and property in the depths of the soul. This conquest is his. If it rejoices the heavenly court, it loses nothing. She feels in her the creative and continuous virtue of my fiat always making new conquests. The act dwells in the soul at the same time as it is carried to heaven as a new glory and joy for the saints, and a reign beneficial for all the inhabitants of the earth. The human family is thus linked to heaven and heaven to earth. A link exists between them and everyone has the right to participate. They are members united among themselves in a connatural way. This good travels through them to give themselves to all. And when my will works in the soul, all stand in waiting. Because immersed in the fiat, they feel that it will get to work. They look forward to receiving the wonderful conquests and the new joys that my will knows how to accomplish. That is why the creature who lets her work in her actions becomes the new joy of heaven. Welcome, honey. The one that is awaited by the whole heavenly court. Especially since in heaven there are no more joys or new conquests. They therefore expect them from the earth. Oh! If all could know these secrets of my divine fiat, they would give their lives to be able to live in him and to make him reign throughout the world. After which I continued to think of the divine will. I feel it in me that gives me life. I feel her outside of me as a tender mother who carries me in his arms, feeds me, raises me and defends me against everything. My sweet Jesus added, my daughter, how beautiful is my will. No one can boast of loving the creature as much as she does. Her love is so great that she wants to do everything for her and does not want to entrust this task to anyone. My will creates the creature with his fiat. She raises her, feeds her, carries her in her arms of light. She teaches him the most sacred sciences. It reveals to him the most hidden secrets of our Supreme Being. It gives him the knowledge of our love, of the flames that burn me, in order to burn it with us. In each of her deeds my will never leaves her alone. She runs to put her life into it, so that every act is animated by his divine life and has the virtue of being able to produce this life. And my will takes these lives in the acts of the creature in order to give a divine life, a life of grace, light, holiness to other creatures, and a life of glory to the whole heavenly court. My will is always at work and wants to give itself to all through the one who lives in her will. And when it has formed the fullness of its masterpiece, my will takes it to heaven in triumph, as a victory of his power and his divine art, that she knows and can implement in the creature, provided that she lends herself to live in her and lets herself be carried in her arms. Therefore, be attentive and let work such a holy will who loves you so much and wants to be loved. My abandonment in the divine will continues. My poor mind is oppressed by the incidents of life, too painful for me. I seek refuge in the center of the Fiat where I feel reborn from a new, rejuvenated and comforted life, but as soon as I withdraw from this center, the oppressions reappear again to the point of earning me the just reproaches of my dear Jesus, who tells me, "My daughter, be careful. Because I don't know what to do with a soul that is not at peace. Peace is my heavenly sojourn. The bell that by its gentle vibrations calls my will to reign is peace. Peace has a voice so powerful that it calls the whole heaven, and awakens his attention to make him the spectator of the wonderful conquests of the work of the divine will in the creature. Peace chases away terrible storms, it brings out the heavenly smile of the saints, the sweet enchantment of a spring that never ends. Therefore, do not cause me the sorrow of not seeing you in peace." I then sought to immerse myself more in the divine will in order to no longer think of me, to follow his acts of creation as well as redemption, and my beloved Jesus, covering my thought with his creative voice, all love, said to me, "My blessed daughter, let yourself go and come in my will." We feel the extreme need to let people know how far our love for the one who lives in her goes. And our love is so great that we look forward to it uniting and identifying with our works, in order to give him the rights as if they were his own. Our creative power is always in action. By identifying with us as if we were renewing our works, we give them to him and say to him, "These are your works, do with them what you want." With our works in your power, you can love us as much as you want. You can give us infinite glory. You can do good to whomever you want. You have a right not only to our works, but on the one who created all things. We take a right over you that is already ours. How gentle are these rights of human smallness in our divine being! These are sweet chains of love, which make us love with more intensity our creative work. In our enthusiasm for love, we repeat, "How beautiful she is! She is ours, all of us, and we are everything to her. All we have to do is love each other. We will love her with eternal love and she will love us with eternal love." I was surprised as if I could have a doubt. Jesus added, "Girl, don't be surprised. It is the pure truth what your Jesus tells you. He wants to be loved. He wants to let it be known how far the creature can get and how much he loves it. We want to have the satisfaction of making her possess what we possess and that she loves us as we know how to love. For the one who lives in our divine will, this is almost connatural. She finds our Fiat creating the sky and the sun, she unites with this act in order to do what we do. Our goodness is such that in this union we formed a marriage, in our will we formed the act of giving heaven and sun as a gift to the creature. With this gift, it gives us the glory of an extended sky. She loves us in every way. She does good to creatures to make them possess a sky, and as she has the sun in her power, it gives us the glory of giving light to the globe. Every man who is clothed in the light and warmth of the sun is a glory that she gives us. A small love sonata that she plays for us, which enchants and increases our love. Every plant, fruit, and flower fertilized and warmed by its heat are cries of glory and love that she gives us. The little bird that sings at sunrise, the little lamb that bleats, are all accents of glory and love that she sends us. And the merits of so many goods that the sun makes to the earth are incalculable. Who owns them? To the one who lives in our will. In her, what is ours is hers. As we do not need merits, we leave them to her. We always want in exchange only his cry of love in everything as well as in the good that all created things do, the wind, the air and all things. Hearing this, I was not only stunned, but I wanted to create a lot of difficulties. Moving on to the acts of redemption, I found myself immersed in his suffering. My ever-kind Jesus, perhaps to convince me, was seen in me in the act of suffering the painful crucifixion. I took part in his suffering and died with him. His divine blood flowed, his wounds were open. And he, with a tender and moving accent, as if to break my heart, said to me, "I am in you. I am yours. I am at your disposal. My wounds, my blood, all the sufferings are yours. You can do with me whatever you want. As a true imitator and lover, be magnanimous and courageous. Take my blood to give it to whomever you want. Take my wounds to heal those of sinners. Take my life to give the life of grace, holiness, and love of the divine will to all souls. Take my death so that souls who died in sin may come back to life. I give you all freedom. Do it. You know how to do it, my daughter. I gave myself to you and that is enough. You will think of making everything come back to me in glory and making me loved. My will give flight to bring my blood, my wounds, my kisses, my paternal tenderness to my children and to your brothers. Therefore, do not be surprised. It is truly a divine work to repeat these works continually to give to creatures. Each one will be able to say, everything is mine and God Himself is mine. Oh! How happy we are to see creatures receive our gifts and possess their Creator. These are the excesses of our love. To be loved. We want to make people feel how much we love them and what donations we want to make to them. For the one who lives in our will, it would be for us to steal it, not to give her all things, and we do not want that. Therefore, be careful. May your soul always be embalmed by our divine peace. Because we don't know the worry. Everything will be for you. Smile, sweetness and love of your Creator. The sea of the divine will continues to flood me, and as I am unable to do anything, He seems delighted to give me with His maternal hands, like a very small child, the food of His Fiat, and to teach me word for word, syllable by syllable, the first vowels of the science of the divine will. And when I seem to have understood something, how happy He is to have the certainty of forming a soul all of divine will. And seeing His maternal care, how happy I am, and I thank Him with all my heart. My beloved Jesus, spokesman of His will, all goodness, said to me, my little daughter of my will, every truth I manifest to you about my Fiat makes it grow in you. It is one more bite that serves to strengthen you and make you more compliant with Him. It is a sip that you take in the immense sea of my will. It's one more property you acquire. You must know that for every act you perform in my will, we prepare the heavenly table for you. If you love, we give you food, our love. If you understand us, we feed you with our wisdom. How much wonderful and new knowledge she gives you about your Creator. So that your God becomes the food of choice. Therefore, in everything you do, it feeds you. Our power. Our goodness. Our gentleness. Our strength. Of our light and of our mercy. The human smallness that lives in our eternal will absorbs. Sip by sip. Bite by bite. Because it is small, and as much as it is possible for a creature to absorb, what it must take from our divine being. What we serve Him makes both of us delight. We give and she receives. We give of what is ours and she gives us her smallness. We do in it what we want, and it lends itself to our work. It is a mutual exchange, a harmonization, a conversation that forms our most beautiful works. We develop the life of our will in the creature without it doing anything. It is therefore necessary to work, to speak, to make ourselves understood in order to make them the most beautiful statues, the reproductions of our life. That is why, when we find creatures that want, listen to us, give themselves to us in order to receive us, we spare ourselves nothing and we do everything we can for these creatures. My daughter, when the creature is nourished by our Fiat to the point of not wanting any other food and of having formed the chain of his acts all sealed by the characteristics of the divine virtues, God thus remains a prisoner of his divine virtues in the creature. So, if she loves, it is God who manifests the power of His love, His goodness, His holiness, etc., in the acts of the creature. So much so that the power of the acts that God performs in the creature is so great that it covers heaven and earth. That she hovers over all souls to clothe them with the power of her love. To take them away and give them the kiss of the divine will. So that the human family feels its power, its love that wants to reign. The hidden God gives them these rights by means of a creature that belongs to their human race. Rights that they cannot refuse to recognize without perfidy, but that my power will be able to overthrow and conquer. So let me complete the work of my will in you. Don't object to it. You and I will be happy to see her reign in the other creatures. After which I received Holy Communion. My dear Jesus was seen in me, as a child, and the Heavenly Mother stretched out her azure mantle above me and the Divine Child. Then I felt her in me kissing and caressing her dear Son whom she held in her arms, pressed against her heart. She fed him and showed him 1,000 schemes of love. I was amazed, and the Heavenly and Sovereign Mom said to me with a love that made me admire. My daughter, there is nothing to be surprised about. I am inseparable from my dear Jesus. Where the Son is, the Mother must also be there. My duty is to raise it in souls. He is very small. Souls don't understand how they should raise him. They do not have the milk of love to feed him, calm his tears and warm him when they let him cold. I am the Mother, I know the needs of my Divine Child, and he would not want to remain without his Mother. We are both inseparable. I repeat in souls what I did when he was a little child. I take care of souls to make him happy. This is my very heavenly mission, and when I see my Son in souls, I run over and descend into them to see that he grows. The will of my Son is one with mine. Where he is, I too am with him to fulfill my duty as a mother. To the one who loves me so much, and towards the creature we also love so much. For it is then for me like the birth of twins, my Son God and the creature. How can we not love them? Then she added with a tender and very moving accent. My daughter, how beautiful, great and prodigious she is, the virtue of the divine will. It empties the soul of all that is not light or divine, it unites what is distant and distant. It repeats what has been done through the centuries and centuries to make the human act connatural in the divine. It is a creative force that manages to multiply to transform its life in the creature. Therefore, love her very much and do not deny her anything. I always return to the sea of the divine will and the many truths she has manifested to me. They invade my little mind like so many resplendent suns who all want to tell me the story of the divine Fiat, but each in his own way. Some want to tell me the story of his eternal light. Others of his holiness. Some of the way he forms his life in the center of the soul. In short, they all have something to say about such a holy will. All have a special mission to be bearers of the good that each one has in him. United together, they formed one and only life. But to be able to deposit the property that everyone owned, they wanted to be listened to, recognized, prayed for and appreciated. The doors of the soul open. In order to be able to deposit the life they contained. I was lost in so many messengers who all wanted to tell me the eternal history of Fiat. And my great good Jesus, redoing his little visit to me. He said to me with indescribable love. My little daughter of the divine will. You must know that the greatest miracle that my divine being can perform is to manifest a truth about us. For it is first formed and matured in our womb. We make it come out as a birth. Bearer of divine life for the good of creatures. The flames of our love are so great that we then feel the need to manifest our divine births. You see, therefore, that it is not the sun or the sky or the wind that we manifest in a truth, but our life, as the bearer of divine life to creatures. The other miracles, creation itself, are our works, but not our lives. Truths, on the other hand, are eternal life. If they find someone to receive them, they are belocalized. Multiply in an incredible way for each creature. So that each one can keep them for herself, as a life that belongs to her. These truths are our births. They resemble in all things our Supreme Being. They are not a voice, but they speak and make people speak. They don't have a foot, but they walk, and so fast that no one can catch up with them or hinder them. They enter into intelligence and form thought in order to make themselves known. They transmute themselves in order to be possessed. They renew the memory so as not to forget. They walk in the paths of the heart in order to be loved. They have no hand and they work. They have no eyes and they look. They have no heart and generate love. Truths are nothing but the thrilling lives of our divine being in the midst of creatures. The palpitation of our heart. Because our heart is the creature. We, pure spirit, are everywhere. We are the heart that we feel beating without seeing it. We form life to give it to all human generations. That is why there is no miracle comparable to that of the manifestation of a truth. It is one of our lives that we unveil. Who better than a sun will make himself light for the creatures, and who by stinging them with his vital heat will mature his life? Firstly in those where it is directed, to then spread to those who want to receive it. And if they find ungrateful people who do not want to receive such a great good, our truths are not subject to death or loss of life. They wait, with infinite patience, for centuries if necessary. The new generations to whom they will give the goods they own. They will fulfill the purpose for which they came out of the divine womb. To manifest our truths, we look at the centuries. When we are certain that they will spread and multiply our lives among creatures, we make them known. To give the good they possess and, in order to receive divine honor and divine glory, we never do useless things. Do you believe that all the truths we have manifested to you about our will with so much love will not bear fruit and that they will not form their lives and souls? If we have manifested them, it is because we know with certainty that they will bear fruit and that they will establish the kingdom of our will among creatures. And if it is not today, because it will seem to them that it is not a food that suits them and that the creatures will perhaps despise what could form in them the divine life. The time will come when they will compete with each other over who will possess the greatest number of these truths. Knowing them, they will love them. Their love will make it a suitable food. They will form the life that my truths will offer them. Therefore, know that it is a matter of time. I know what will happen. I will not stop. I will continue to manifest my truths and you. Continue your flight and continue to listen to me and put them into practice. The sea of the divine will whispers continuously, with so much harmony, order, and peace, that its very high waves are always peaceful. And by covering creatures, heaven and earth, it begins by giving them the kiss of peace before entering their soul. If the creatures do not receive the kiss of peace, it is that the divine will is not there. See, because there is no place for him where peace does not exist. My mind was lost in that sea. When my ever-kind Jesus, visiting my little soul, said to me with divine peace and meekness, "My blessed daughter, my will is order, and the sign that it reigns in the soul is the perfect order that generates peace, so that peace is daughter of order, and order is the immediate son generated by my Fiat. But you don't know all the good that order produces. He makes the creature master of herself and of all created things, since her dominion is divine, generated by my will. It dominates over my will itself and over all things. But that's not all. The virtue of order is admirable. It communicates to all its peaceful and domineering waves. She makes her own the force of creation, of the saints who are in heaven, the divine force itself. Her orderly and peaceful manners are so penetrating and insinuating that everyone lets her do what she wants. Since she knows how to give to all and does not retain anything for herself, it is right that everyone gives themselves to her. That is why the creature feels in itself the peace, joy, and happiness of the heavenly homeland. Everyone feels united, connected by an inseparable union, because what my will unites is not subject to separation. That is why order leads to union, agreement between all. 3. Thou shalt wish to those who will receive and possess this great gift. This son is mine, he is my gift, and I know his secret in love, his anxieties, his desires, to the point that he comes to say to me with sobs, "Mom, give me souls, I want souls. I want what he wants." I can say that I sigh and weep with him because I want everyone to possess my son, but I must secure the life of the great gift that God has entrusted to me. Therefore, if he descends into hearts sacramentally, I descend with him to guarantee my gift. I cannot leave alone my poor son who would not have his mother with him when he is so mistreated. Some don't even say to him an "I love you" that comes from the heart, and it is I who must love him. Others receive it in a distracted way without thinking about the great gift they are giving. Receive. And I lean towards him so that he does not feel their distractions and coldness. Some manage to make him cry, and I have to calm his tears by making gentle reproaches to the creature so as not to make him cry for me. How many moving scenes occur in the hearts that receive it sacramentally. They are souls who do not just love him, and I give them my love with his so that they become one. These are scenes from paradise. The angels themselves are delighted, and we are encouraged by the sufferings that other creatures have given us. But who is able to say everything? I am the bearer of Jesus, and he does not want to leave without me, so that when the priest is ready to speak the words of consecration on the holy host, I make wings of my motherly hands so that it descends into my hands, to consecrate him and so that he may not be touched by unworthy hands. I make him feel my hands that defend him and cover him with my love. But that's not enough yet. I always watch to see if they want my son. So much so that if a sinner repents of his grave sins and the light of grace rises in his heart, I immediately bring him Jesus, who confirms it with his forgiveness, and I think of everything he needs to keep this converted heart. I am the bearer of Jesus because I possess within me the kingdom of his divine will. He reveals to me who he wants, and I run and fly to bring him without leaving him. I am not only the one who wears, but who looks and listens to what he does and says to souls. Do you believe that I was not present to listen to all the lessons that my dear son gave you about his divine will? I was there, I tasted every word he said to you, and with every word I thanked my son, feeling doubly glorified to hear him talk about the kingdom I already possessed, which was all my fortune and the cause of the great gift of my son. And when I saw him speak, I saw my children's fortune grafted with mine. Oh! How happy I was! All the lessons he has given you are already written in my heart. Seeing them repeated in you, I felt with each lesson one more paradise. And whenever you were not attentive and forgot, I asked forgiveness for you, and I begged him to repeat his lessons. And he, to please me and because he cannot refuse anything to his mother, he repeated to you his beautiful lessons. My daughter, I am always with Jesus. I sometimes hide in him and he seems to do everything as if I wasn't with him. But I am in him. Sometimes he is hidden in his mom and makes me do certain things, but he is always with me. Other times we reveal ourselves together and souls see the mother and son who love them so much, according to the circumstances and what they need. Often, it is the love that we can no longer contain that makes us have these excesses towards them. But be sure that if my son is present, I am there too, and if I come, my son is there with me. It's a mission which has been given to us by the Supreme Being and which I cannot and will not refuse. Especially since these are the joys of my motherhood, the fruits of my sufferings, the glory of the kingdom which I possess, the will and fulfillment of the sacrosanct Trinity. I felt in the arms of the divine will and I said to myself, it seems difficult to me to be able to live perfectly in him. Life is full of obstacles, sufferings, and circumstances in which we are absorbed. Its fast course prevents us from running as we should in this divine Fiat whose breath and heart always run within us to give us life. And my sweet Jesus, out of pity for my ignorance, all goodness, said to me, my blessed daughter, you must know that the primary interest of our Supreme Being is to want the creature to live in our will. Since that is the only reason we gave him life. When we want something, we also give all the means and all the necessary help so that the creatures are able to give us what we want them to give us. If this requires a continual miracle on our part, we do it, as long as we achieve our goal. You don't know what an act willed by us and performed in the creature means. His worth and the glory he gives us are so great that he comes to be a crown for the Lord. The satisfaction he gives us is so great that we place our divine being at the disposal of the creatures so that our act willed by us and performed by it can have life. The first dowry we give to the one who wants to live in our will, the first support, the safest protection, are the truths. They lead the way and, jealous, place themselves as faithful sentinels around the one who wants to live in my Fiat. The light of our truths that belong to our will no longer leaves this happy creature. She covers her, caresses her, shapes her and kisses her. She gives him in small sips her intelligence to make herself understood. It accompanies the life of my will that reigns in it. The truths that come out of our womb have the mission of enclosing souls in the light they possess. They keep their eyes fixed on creatures that cannot escape them or tire of them even though centuries may pass. They always stay in their place. You see, therefore, the importance of the dowry that I will give to the one who will live in our eternal will, all the knowledge that I have manifested in her, her immense values, her merits, her love, and the love that she has pushed me to manifest. It will be the great dowry, the divine inheritance that I will give to those who want. Live in my Fiat and where they will find the superabundant help to become rich and happy. They will find in these truths the tender mother, who will take them in his womb as little children, to wrap them in light, feed them and make them sleep in his womb, to put them in safety, walk in their footsteps, work in their hands, speak in their voices, love and beat in their hearts to serve as their mistress and tell them about the delightful scenes of the heavenly homeland. Creatures will find in these truths the one who cries and suffers with them, who knows how to make use even of their breath, of the smallest things, of the little things that she will change into divine conquests and eternal values. My Jesus, you are right, but human weakness is so great that I am afraid to make small outings outside of your will. And Jesus repeated, my daughter, I don't like the fears. You need to know that my interest is so great, that the love that burns me is so strong that the soul may live in my will, that I promise to do everything and to make up for her in all things. However, I do this when a constant firm decision has been made to live in my will. When the soul does everything it can. You can guess one of my secrets, my daughter, and how far my love can take me. You feel what I do when the creature, shaken and lost because of the suffering that I myself have, no longer knows how to follow the acts of life that reigns in it. And me, because I don't want this life, which is life, be broken, and that it is not a virtue that creatures perform at intervals and according to circumstances, but a life that requires by necessity a continual act. I am the one who watches and remains jealously as a sentinel to ensure that his race is not interrupted. I then do what she should do. Stirred by my action in my Fiat, she returns to herself and continues her race in my will. And I, without even telling him about his interruption, I resume from the moment it stopped. So that the life of my Fiat remained uninterrupted in it because I made up for everything. Especially since in her will, this is what she wanted, but it was her weakness that caused the interruption. So you see, that I want at all costs that one lives in my will, and that if it takes continual miracles for this, I do them. But have you noticed my tenderness, the strength of my love? Having broken his course, I do not blame him. I do not tell her about it, and if she notices that she has missed something, I encourage her, I sympathize with her so that she does not lose confidence and, all goodness, I say to her, do not be afraid. I've made up for everything for you and you'll be more attentive, won't you? And she, seeing my goodness, loves him even more. I know that I must give of myself so that the creature can live in my will, and I will therefore act as a king who greatly desires his kingdom to be populated. It lets the world know that all who want it can come to his kingdom. He wants us to know, in order to send money for the journey, that he will provide them with a residence, clothing, and food in abundance. The king promises to give them goods that will make them rich and happy. The goodness of his king will be so great that he will live with his people whom he loves so much that it is with his riches that he has redeemed them from their lives of miseries and misfortunes. I will make known to the whole world who I am and that I want the people of my divine will. As long as they give me their name and let me know that they want to come to my kingdom, I will give them all the goods. Misfortune will no longer have a place in any creature. Each will have its own kingdom. She will be queen of herself and share life with her Creator. I will be so generous that everyone will be delighted. My daughter, oh, how much I desire the life of the creature in my will. Pray and sigh with me, and it will be sweet for you to lay down your life for such a holy kingdom. I followed the divine will in his deeds. Oh, How many surprises, how many consoling things. We feel so much love, until we are overwhelmed by the divine flames. My sweet Jesus wanted to let me know what it means. A quote. One more act in the divine will. All goodness, he said to me. My daughter. If you knew how much my love feels extreme need. To give oneself and to let known what he pours into the creature when it submits to my will and becomes like our daughter to live in it. When it submits and when we see it in our divine domains, which are endless. We are delighted and we pour upon her a new sea of love. So great that she feels overwhelmed and unable to contain everything. She donates the seas of love she received. To all things created. To the saints. To the angels. To the Creator himself. As well as to the well-disposed hearts on this poor earth. We feel given to all to be loved by all. What a trade, what loving industries! We feel ourselves repeating our surprises of love, our divine exchanges. When the creature submits to our will to make it rain, it forms in itself a place where to let us work like God in his little field. The wonders, the industries of love that we perform are so numerous that the heavens themselves lower themselves and contemplate stunned. What we do in the creature where our divine Fiat reigns. You must know that our creation was not completed in man, it was interrupted by its withdrawal from our will. We could no longer confide in him. And the continuation of our creative work has remained as if suspended. That's why we're looking forward to that the creature return to the arms of our Fiat to let him reign in her. We will then resume the continuation of creation. Oh! How many magnificent things we will accomplish! We will make surprising donations to him. Our wisdom will implement all its divine art. How many beautiful images that resemble us will she be able to create by this divine light? All magnificent, but distinct from each other in holiness, power, and beauty. Our love will no longer be hindered when our will can do and give whatever he wants. He will manifest it by giving in order to resume his repressed love. We will be free to give. So these times will be ours, we will make known who we are, how much we love creatures and how much they should love us. We will put our love at their disposal, so that we can love each other and each other with one and the same love. Those who will live in our will be our triumph, our victory, our divine army, the continuation of our creation and its fulfillment. Do you think it's nothing for us to want to give and not to be able to give? To have the power to create innumerable wonders of grace and holiness. And because our will does not reign in souls, to be rejected and prevented from creating our most beautiful works? This is the peak of our suffering. That is why, by never doing your will, you will soothe our pain. And always making our own. You will have our power, our love in your power. You will be able to delight our Fiat. To make it reign in human generations. My flight into the divine will continues. I feel carried in her arms with such love and tenderness that I remain confused to be so loved and surrounded by her maternal kindness. My sweet Jesus was making his little visit to me again. He said to me with a love to split my heart. My daughter of my will. If you knew what pleasure I take in seeing a soul enter into our will. It can be said that we run towards each other when we meet. Our will clothes it with its light. Our love embraces him. Our power takes her in her arms. Our wisdom directs it. Our holiness invests it and places his seal in it. Our beauty embellishes it. In short, our whole divine being surrounds him to give him what is ours. But do you know why? Because when it enters into our will, not to live from his, but from ours, we receive what has come out of us. We feel that we are given back the reason why we created it. Therefore we are celebrating. There is no act more beautiful, no scene more enchanting than that of the creature that enters our will. And every time she enters it, we renew her in our divine being by giving her new charisms of love. That is why the one who lives in our will keeps us in celebration. She feels the need to live in us in order to be caressed by her Creator. And we feel the need to be caressed by her and to give her new heroisms of grace and holiness. Jesus remained silent. I felt immersed in the eternal will, astonished to feel how much we are loved by God if we live in His will. Thousands of thoughts stirred my mind, and my beloved Jesus resumed, "My daughter, do not be surprised by what I have just said. I will tell you even more surprising things, and how much I would like that all may hear them, so that all may decide to live in my will. You feel how beautiful and consoling it is to know what my love drives me to tell you. My love is so great that I feel the need to tell you how far we go for the one who lives in our will. You should know that when the soul decides firmly to no longer live by his will, but by ours, his name becomes written in heaven in indelible characters of light. She becomes enlisted in the celestial militia, as heiress and daughter of the kingdom of the divine will. But this is not enough for our love. We will confirm it in the property, so that she will feel such horror for every little sin, that not only will it no longer be able to fall, but it will remain confirmed in the goods, in love, in holiness, etc., of its creator. She will be invested by the prerogative of the district. She will no longer be considered an exile. If it remains on earth, it will be as a representative of the heavenly militia and not as an exile. She will dispose of all the property and may say, "Since His will is all mine, what is God's is mine." She will feel ownership of her Creator. She no longer works with her will, but with mine. Thus all the barriers that prevented him from feeling his Creator are broken. The distances have disappeared, the dissimilarities between her and God no longer exist. She will feel so loved by the one who created her, that his heart will overflow with love to love the one who loves him. Feeling loved by God is joy, honor, the greatest glory for the creature. My daughter, don't be surprised. Our purpose, the reason the creature was created, is to find in itself our life, the reign of our will and our love, in order to be loved and to love Him. If this were not so, creation would not be a work worthy of us. I felt my heart explode with joy as I heard what my dear Jesus had just told me. I thought, is such a great good possible? And my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, am I not the owner capable of doing and giving what I want? It is enough that I want it, and everything is done." This is also what is happening in this low world, in a way. When a man signs his name in the government army which, to be sure of himself, makes him take an oath of fidelity. This oath binds him to the army. He receives a militia uniform so that everyone knows that he belongs to the army. And after demonstrating his abilities and loyalty, he receives a salary for life, which no one can take away from him. It lacks nothing. He can have servants and live with all the comforts of life and after a time retire. And what did he give to the government? Only the outer part of his life, which earned him the right to receive his pay during his lifetime. On the other hand, the one who makes the firm decision to give me her will, gave me the noblest and most precious part of herself, that is, her will. As she gave me all the inside and the outside, and even the breath, she thus deserved to be enlisted in the divine army. For everyone to recognize that she belongs to our militia. How can I let her lack anything and not love her? It would then be for your Jesus a great sadness. It would take away the peace I possess by nature not to love the one who gave me everything and only with an indescribable love. I own that I keep in my heart, and to whom I give my life itself. I found myself invested with the divine will. I found Him everywhere who wanted to give me His life, and how happy I was to feel His empire that wanted at all costs and through His lover's stratagems to take me into His eternal life. I was surprised by it, and my ever-kind Jesus, visiting my poor little soul, said to me with His usual gentleness and goodness, "My blessed daughter, if you knew how happy I am and how relieved my love is to manifest to you its heavenly arcana, the love of our Supreme Being, our adorable will. I am waiting to be able to tell you how we find ourselves among the creatures and the great good we can do to them. You know that our vastness encompasses all things. Our power and strength are so great that we carry all beings and things like a feather in our arms. All this is natural in our 3 times holy being, so that if we wanted to diminish ourselves, we could not do it. Our immensity and power flow in every fiber of the heart, in every breath, in the speed of the blood that flows through the veins, in the velocity of thought. We are the actors, the spectators, and the light of all things. But all this is nothing. These are only the qualities of our Supreme Being. What's even more amazing is that we want to form all these lives in every creature. It is a divine work to have the virtue of being able to form as many divine lives as creatures to whom we have given birth. The creatures are ours, they were created by us, we live together, and because we love them, our love carries us with irresistible strength and power to form our life in them. And our creative art, not content with creating creatures, wants in the enthusiasm of its love to create itself in each person created. You see, therefore, under what conditions we find ourselves among the human family. We are still in the act of forming our life in creatures, but our creative art remains rejected and suffocates without being able to continue our divine creation. We live among them, they live at our expense, they live because they live from us, and yet we have the great sorrow of not being able to form our life in them. It would be the greatest satisfaction, the greatest glory they could give us if they granted us the freedom to be the life of each of them. But do you know where we are free to form this life? In the one who lives in our will. Our divine Fiat prepares us the raw material where to form our life. He places His power, His holiness, His love, and He calls us into the depths of the soul. And when we find this material adaptable and practical, we form our divine life with indescribable love. We train and raise it with delight. We develop our creative art around this celestial creature. Then the chain of wonders begins. It has its creator. Our will works and it becomes the bearer of all and all things. If she thinks, she brings us the thoughts of all and becomes the substitute and repairer of all human intelligences. If she speaks, if she works, if she walks, she carries the words, the works, the steps of each. Creation itself makes him a procession and makes him carry the sky, the stars, the sun, the wind, and all things. She does not forget anything. It brings us the homage, the glory of all our created things, and even the homage of the sweet song of the little birds. It possesses the life of the one who created it. So she makes all this our crown. In fact, everything has the desire to be brought by the one who possesses the faculty of speaking, so that for each thing it can tell the love story for which each was created by its creator. Thus the one who possesses our will also acquires our jealousy of love. We want everything for her. And in all justice, because there is nothing we have not given him. And so it is with justice that we want everything. She too, seized by our madness of love, wants to have everything so that she can give us everything. And, jealous, she wants to bring us everything. In order to be able to tell us for all and for everything created his little word of love. Therefore, the one who lives in our will never remains alone. She is first with her creator, with whom she is always competing for love to know how they can both love each other more. And she makes herself the carrier of all the things around her, towards the one she loves. He is infinite love and he wants to see into the creature. All things converted into love out of love for him. I am in the arms of the divine will, who better than a vigilant sentinel wants not only to be the life of all acts, but to penetrate into every corner of my heart and mind. He calls me to order if everything that goes into me is not part of the Fiat. And my kind Jesus visited my little soul to make himself the master who wants to teach everything to his daughter, and he said to me, "Blessed daughter of my will, you must know that your reflections, impressions, oppressions, melancholy, doubts, small fears, hinder divine reflections, the holy impressions, the fast flight to the sky, the joys of the true good, the heavenly peace. It's like so much rubbish thrown into a lake. As the creature looks into these clear waters, as in a mirror, and to see all his beautiful and orderly person. What happens then? While it contemplates itself in these clear waters, some waste is thrown there. The water is disturbed. Wrinkles appear on its surface. What happens to the poor creature who looked at himself in these waters? The wrinkles that have formed on the surface of the water carry away a foot, an arm, a hand, a head, so that the creature sees itself all deformed by the ripples that have disturbed the clarity of the waters. So that she unfortunately no longer sees her entire image because of these few pieces of debris. This is the case of the soul created by God, which better than a clear fountain allowed God to see itself in it, and itself in God. Now, reflections, oppressions, doubts, fears, etc., are all rubble thrown into the depths of the soul, and God no longer sees himself entirely in it, but divided into small pieces, so that divine strength, joy, holiness, and peace are divided. This prevents the creature from knowing who God is, how much he loves him, and what he expects of him. This detritus hinders the creature's walk and makes it limp, which prevents it from flying to contemplate itself in the one who created it. What seemed of little importance has now formed the knowledge of God in the creature, the union, the holiness, the gaze of God in the creature and of the creature in God. It cannot be said that these rebel are little things when they lack the solidity and substance of true love. They are still turbid, and God can no longer see himself in them to form his image. Therefore, be attentive and always seek my will. Jesus kept silent, and I continued to think of the great harm that these reflections can do to us, and my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, it is only in my will that the soul reaches the summit of the highest holiness and may contain in itself a complete act, as far as this is possible for a creature. To fill herself with my will. To the point. To leave in it no void end. To convert into her own nature the good she does. If she loves my Fiat, the wave of love covers it entirely. Invests its most intimate fibers. Becomes queen and converts into nature her love in the creature. To the point that she will feel the breath, the heart, the movement, the steps, and her whole being, so that she will no longer be able to do anything but love. This wave of love rises to heaven and rises to the assault of its creator to love him always. Because when good and converts into nature, the creature feels the need to repeat the good received as an act that constitutes his life. If she worships, she will feel her nature changed into worship, so that everything she feels will turn into deep worship for her creator. If she makes reparations, she will feel the need to find all the offenses to put her reparation. In short, my will with its creative force leaves no void end. Knows how to convert into nature all that the creature accomplishes in her. You see what difference there can be for the one who lives in my will and possesses it as an active life, and the one that recognizes it as a virtue, perhaps in the most painful circumstances of life, but not in all others. I want to tell you now another consoling surprise. Our happiness is so great when the creature decides to live with an immutable firmness in our will, that at the moment of her death we confirm her in the good where she is herself. For you must know that everything she has done in her life, his prayers, his virtue, his sufferings, his good works, serve to form our divine life in his soul. Not a blessed soul enters heaven without possessing this divine life according to the good it has done. And depending on whether the souls have more or less fulfilled my will, they will receive more or less. Because the soul must possess in it true happiness and true joys. So much so that if the dying souls are not filled to the brim with love and my will, I confirm them well, but they do not enter heaven. He sends them to purgatory to fill these voids of love with my will with suffering, anguish, and sighs. And when they are fully filled and truly transformed into my love and will, they can then take flight to heaven. As for the one who no longer wants to do her own will but only mine, we do not wait. Our love carries us with an irresistible force to confirm it in advance in the good and to convert into nature our love and our will, so that it will feel that my love and my will are in it. She will feel my life more than hers. But there is a difference with those which are confirmed at the time of death and which will no longer grow in the good. Their merits are over. For the souls who live in my will, my life is always growing. The merits do not end. They will have divine merits and will continue to love me and live in my will. So they will know me better, they will love me better, and they will increase their glory. I can say that I run in each of their acts to give them my kiss, my love, and recognize that they are mine. I give them the value and merit of it as if I had done it myself. Ah! You can understand how we feel for the creature that lives in our will, how much we love it and want to make it happy in all things. Because it's in her that we find the realization of the purpose of creation. That we center the glory that all things should give us. Thus our accomplished will is entirely our own. The sea of the divine will always whispers and often forms its impetuous waves to mount the assault of creatures. To take them in its waves of love and to give them his life. But with so much insistence and love. Let us remain astonished that she seems to need us, poor creatures. Oh! How true it is that only God knows how to love us. My spirit was lost in this sea when my sweet Jesus made his brief visit to me. He said to me, "My blessed daughter of my will. Have you seen how sweet is the murmur of the sea of my will? And the souls who live in her are only whispering with this sea, perfect echoes of my Fiat. They never cease to whisper love, glory, adoration. If they breathe, they whisper love. If blood circulates in their veins, if they think, if they walk, in all that they do they whisper love, glory to our Creator. And if they call for my will in their actions, it forms impetuous waves to mix God and creatures so that heaven and earth form one and the same will. An act in my will can be an impetuous wind that carries away with force passions, weaknesses, bad habits, the putrefied air of sin in order to replace them. The virtues, the divine force, the holy habits, the sanctifying air of my will. An act in my will can be a universal tune, which penetrates everywhere and in all, night and day. It can to be breathed to infuse his life, his holiness, and take away the unhealthy air of human will to replace it with the holy air of my Fiat and to perfume, revive, and heal it with its divine air. An act in my Fiat can be a celestial atmosphere, which contains in it all our works, the creation itself. He can with the strength of our works to assail our divinity and impose himself on us to be granted graces and gifts, in order to make creatures capable of receiving the kingdom of our will. An act in our will can contain a wonder, such that the creature is unable to understand its full value. Jesus kept silent and I remained flooded by the sea. I felt transported to the heavenly homeland. In the middle of 3 circles of light, at the top of which were the Queen of Heaven and our Lord, in an indescribable beauty and love, among a multitude of souls all transformed in the light, where they lived and grew, but guarded, directed, and nourished by Jesus and the Heavenly Mother. How many wonderful surprises we could see! These souls possessed the likeness and life of their Creator. My sweet Jesus and his mother said to me, "These circles of light that you see are a symbol of the sacrosanct Trinity. Souls are those who will form the kingdom of the divine will. This kingdom will be formed in the bosom of divinity. The leaders of this kingdom will be the Mother and the Son who will guard it jealously. You therefore see the certainty of this kingdom. It is already formed because in God things are already done. Therefore, pray that what is in heaven will be realized on earth." After that, I found myself in the great sadness of finding myself again in the prison of my body. And Jesus, my greatest good, all goodness, said to me, "My daughter, our divine being is all love. This love is so great that we feel the need to bring this love out of us, no matter if the creature deserves it or not. If we had wanted to pay attention to the merits, all of creation would have remained in our womb. When we love, we work. We loved and created creation, as a gift of our liberality and the excess of our acting love, we gave it to man. We don't like to make our donations as payments or against merit. Where could be found enough money to pay for our donations? Or all the acts to deserve them? It would hinder our love, repress it in us. Give nothing to the creature. Not even liking it. Because if we love, we must work and give. Our Supreme Being is very often in such delusions of love that we feel the need to bring out of our divine womb gifts and graces to give to creatures. But to form these gifts, we must love and manifest them in order to make them known. So when we love, we work. If we speak, our creative word records the gift, she confirms it and endows the creature with our gift. Our word is the carrier that allows us to unload our repressed love. But do you want to know why? We don't donate for payment or merit. This is because we do them to our children. When donations are made to children, we do not care if they deserve it. We make them because of the love that there is between us. At most, we make them understand. Hence the need for speech in order to that they appreciate the donations, that they keep them, and that they love the one who gave them to them and who loves them so much. On the other hand, they are given as payment or as merit. To servants and to foreigners. And, oh, with how much measure? That is why, in the excess of our love, without which no one could pray or deserve, we made creation to give it to man. In another excess, we created the Virgin to make a gift. In another excess, I, the Eternal Word, came down from heaven to give myself and make myself the sweet prey of man. In another great excess of love, I will make the great gift of the kingdom of my will. The heavenly Virgin heir to this kingdom will call the creatures his children, that they may receive the gift of his great inheritance. My daughter, if the soul allows the divine will to reign, his love will no longer be sterile, but fertile. It will no longer be reduced to mere words or works. She will feel in her the creative force of our love. She will put herself in our condition where, when we love, we work, and if we work, we give, we make the great gift of our divine being. Our love is so great that if we give, we want to give everything and put ourselves in the power of the creature. Our love would not be satisfied if he did not say, I gave everything, I have nothing more to give him. By possessing our will, we are safe. We are at home. With all the decorum, all the honors and the decency appropriate to our divinity. The creature thus possesses our own creative force. If she loves us, in her love, in exchange for our gift, she will give us the gift of her life. Thus it is life that we exchange with each other. Whenever she loves us, our creative force will multiply her life to give her to us as a gift. Her love will not remain isolated, but with the fullness of her life that she herself puts in the power of her Creator. And this is how there will be equal part between the Creator and the creature, the life it receives and the life it gives. If the creature has its limits, my will compensate for it. Especially since by giving us the gift of her life, she gives us everything. There is nothing left for herself. Our love is satisfied and paid back. Consequently, if you want to give everything and always receive from us, let our will reign in you. Then everything will be granted to you. I was making my round in creation to follow the acts of the divine will. Oh! How many surprises! Each of the acts had enough to make everyone happy. My always kind Jesus, seeing me astonished, all goodness, said to me, my daughter, our Supreme Being possesses the fountain of happiness, which is why he can only come out of us happy things or beings. All of creation possesses that fullness of happiness capable of giving the whole earth perfect earthly happiness. Adam possessed this fullness of happiness. Everything was happiness and joy for him, and as he possessed in himself my will, it contained seas of satisfaction, bliss, and endless joys. When he came out of my will through sin, joy left him. All created things took up the joys they possessed in their wombs. To give man only the necessary means. No longer as to an owner, but as to an ungrateful servant. You see, therefore, that it is not from us that misfortune comes. We can't give it away. Since it is impossible to give what one does not have. It is sin that has thrown the seed into man. Unhappiness, sadness, and of all the evils that encircle him inside and outside himself. That is why when the Heavenly Lady and my most holy humanity have come to earth, all creation was celebrating and smiling. She began to flood us with joy and happiness again. The sun gave us the joys of its light. He rejoiced our sight by the variety of his colors. He gave us the joy of his kisses of love that he possessed, and he stretched out with reverence under our feet to worship us. The wind covered us with the joys of its freshness and brought away from us the putrid air of so many sins. The birds surrounded us to give us the joys of their trills and songs. Their music was so beautiful that I was forced to command them to move away from us and take flight to exalt their Creator. The earth bloomed under my feet to give me the joy of its blooms. I commanded them not to give me so many demonstrations, and the flowers obeyed me. The air brought me the joys of our omnipotent breath. When the man was breathing, we gave him a life overflowing with divine joys and happiness. As I breathed, I felt the joys and joys that we knew in man's creation coming. There was not a single created thing that did not want to manifest the joys it possessed. Not only to congratulate me, but to pay me the homages and honors due to his Creator. I offered them to my Heavenly Father, in order to give him glory, honor, homage and love, for so many wonderful and magnificent works, accomplished by us in creation out of love for man. My daughter, these joys still exist in created things. Creation was made by us, with splendor and sumptuousness, and with the fullness of happiness. Nothing has been lost. Because we are waiting for our children, the children of our will, who will be able to experience joys and earthly happiness that all of creation possesses. And I can say that it is out of love for them that they still exist. And if creatures no longer know the fullness of happiness, they are left with at least the things they need to be able to live. The fact that creation still exists after so much human ingratitudes, horrible sins, shows the certainty of the kingdom of my will on earth. By possessing it, the creature will become capable to receive the joys of creation, to give us glory, love in exchange of all that we have done for her by doing all the good imaginable that the creature can do. Everything is in the possession of our will. Because originally creation was whole in our will, also man. All lived in our will, and it was in her that they found what they wanted. Joy, peace, perfect order. Everything was at their disposal. The origin being lost, everything has changed in appearance. Happiness has become sadness. Strength has turned into weakness. Disorderly order. Peace at war. Without my will, the poor man is truly the blind, the paralyzed, who can only do a little good with difficulty and bitterness. When they are guided by the origin that gave them existence, things find the way and the happiness that results from the works of good they have undertaken. If they lose the origin, they are upside down. They flicker. They lose the way, and they end up not knowing how to do anything. And if they seem to be doing something, they pity. This is also the case in human things. If the master wanted to teach the little boy consonants and not vowels, since there are vowels in all words and letters of all sciences, from the simplest to the most complicated, the poor little boy would never learn to read. If he wanted to, he would go crazy. Who produced all this evil? The removal at the origin of what vowels are. Ah! My daughter! If man does not return to his origin, if it does not return in my divine will, my creative work will be a broken work. Without the first vowels of my divine will, she will be able to give him light and talk to him. The poor man will not understand because he lacks the origin. He lacks the first vowels to be able to read my lessons on my Fiat. Without the base, without the foundation, without a master, without defense, his cretinism is such that he is not aware of his state. That is why he does not implore to return to my will in order to learn the first vowels with which he was created by God, and to be able to continue to learn the true celestial science, to form his fortune both on earth and in heaven. Therefore, I always whisper in the ear of the heart, my child, come back in my will. Go back to your origin. If you want to be like me. If you want me to recognize you as my child. Oh! How sad it is to have children who do not look like me. Despicable, poor, degraded, unhappy children. And why all this? Because they rejected the great inheritance of the Heavenly Father. They force me to cry over their fate. My daughter, pray that all will recognize my will. How about you? Recognize and appreciate my will. Love it more than your own life, and don't waste a single moment.